Hi there friends, it's Stefan from CodeWalk Empire. Today we are going to build a movie app using latest version of React, React 18 with React Router. Also, we are going to use a Vite as a build tool and external API for getting movies and TV shows. Besides that, we are going to use a Firebase for handling authorization and of course Firebase Database called Firestore for storing users' watchlists. At the end, we are going to deploy our application. So, without further ado, let's get started. Alright friends, here is an overview of the app which we're going to build today. Here I'm using TMDB API to get all the data, all the movies and TV shows. So we have a main page where we have trending, both TV shows and movies. As you can see, 20 of them. I can also do a basic filtering and select, for example, if it is trending this week, as you can see, or it is trending today. Also, I can switch separate to the movies here, and I can discover movies which are popular or top rated, as you can see. Also, down there, you'll see a basic pagination component. If I click next, you'll see we are going to the next page, and so on and so on. Same thing. If I go here to TV shows, I can do also similar things. You see this fancy animation here when switching through the pages. Also, I have filter, top rated, and popular. Besides that, I can click on a details page, for example, my favorite TV show Attack on Titan here, and you can see all the basic details like title, year, date, user score here with percentage, some basic overview, and of course tags. If we go down there, we can see cost here with a slider, and of course main video, main trailer basically, and all other available ones. The same stuff goes here on the movie. For example, let's click here and you can see all the similar data. Besides that, we have a search functionality. Let me just search for this one, for example, and you can see all the available movies with a search term here. Also, we have a pagination on this page. Okay, now if I go here, for example, you will see I can add this item to my watch list. But if I click here, you will see this basic message here, which says log in to add to watch list. So we need to be authorized in order to create a watch list. We can click here now, and this will pop up. And this is a basic Google provider from Firebase. You can, of course, add the email and password and so on, but in this case, I went with the Google. If I click here, voila, you will see I'm logged in here, and I can press it and add it to watchlist. Now I can go here and click on watchlist, and you will see the movie here. I can go back, for example, TV shows. Let me go with this one, add it to watchlist. If I refresh the page, you will see it is in the watchlist. We are storing this data into our Firebase storage. I will go here and you will see again this movie. If I click here, it will get removed from our list. So now let's jump into coding. Alright, we are now here at vitejs.dev website. And first we are going to click here and get started and scroll down a bit. Here we can see a command which we're going to copy and open up our terminal and paste it. As you can see, I'm here at my tutorials folder, but you can create your application on desktop or wherever you prefer it. Okay, now let's name our project. It will be movie app. We are going to select React as our framework, and for this project we won't be using TypeScript. We are going with JS. Okay, now that's it. As you can see, we can now cd into our newly created folder, movie app, and type npm install. So since we are using Vite, we need to install our node modules or node our packages from package.json with npm install command. Okay, now I will open up my Visual Studio Code with command code movie. Sorry, let me just check. Yeah, just code and dot. Okay, I can close this terminal here. And now I will open up a new terminal here in VS Code and type npm run dev. Okay, now as you can see, our React app is running on this localhost. Okay. And yeah, here is the basic boilerplate for React and Vite app. We have a counter. That is perfect. Okay, now I'm going back to our VS Code. And now we need to install some other dependencies. First, I want to install a ChakraUI. ChakraUI. So ChakraUI is a component UI library for which we're going to use for this project. I'll go here, get started, and I think if I scroll down a bit, we can find, yes, I need this. So with for specific frameworks, I'm going to click here and copy these commands. Okay, I'm going back to our terminal. I'm going to kill this one. Okay, and now I'm going to paste this. Okay, perfect. Our packages are installed. And now I'm at the ChakraUI website. And if we scroll down a bit, we can see we need to wrap our app with Chakra provider. Okay, so we're going here and to our source folder and our main.js folder. We now need to import Chakra provider from, let's type it here, import Chakra provider from ChakraUI React. Yep, that's the one. And now all we need to do is wrap our app with Chakra provider. Yep. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot to close this here. And that's it. Now, let me just go quick here. As you can see, we can add a custom theme for our Chakra, which we're going to do in a second. So we're here now and go to our source. Now I'm going to create a new file called theme.js and we can here create our custom theme for Chakra UI. So first I want to import extend theme from Chakra UI and import mode from Chakra UI, but not React, theme tools. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now I'm going to create a config object. And set initial color mode to dark. And also use system color mode to false. Perfect. All right, now I'm going to create a new variable called styles. And for now, this will be an empty object. We'll add some basic customization here a bit later. And now I want to create const theme, which is equal to extend theme. And we are going to extend our config and of course our styles. At the end, we need to export default our theme. We are going to use a bit later this mode here for our styles. So now we are telling our to our configuration files here. We are creating config object and we are telling, okay, we need to have for initial color mode dark, and we are setting this use system color mode to false. So we are always getting a dark mode here, dark theme for our app. Okay, now let me just run our application. Okay. Perfect. As you can see, we already have new styles here. Now I'm going here to our main.jsx and I want to import over here color mode script from Chakra. We need to pass initial color mode and we need to pass our theme from theme.js. So this one. So not theme from Chakra, but theme from theme.js. Okay. Then .config. As you can see, this is the one. Config, add this initial color mode. Perfect. This is a self-closing component, and that's it. This is a good practice to do. So for example, in the future, if you want to change theme, color theme, you can just here type light and you can use system color mode and so on and so on. Okay, I think we are all ready and set up with our Chakra provider. Okay, perfect. Now next step is to do a bit of code cleanup. So what I want to do is here is to remove our app.css. I want to delete it since we won't be using it. And of course, if we go here, I want to clean up all this. So we don't need this. We don't need use state here for now. We don't need these logos here. Yeah, we don't need this. I will only add h1, for example, string hello. Okay. Now, if you see, we don't have this app CSS anymore, so I want to remove that also and save it. Now, I'm going back here to index.css and I want to remove all these files. Well, maybe let me just, yeah, I think we don't need. Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, we can remove this. Yeah. Maybe this is okay for now, this root. Okay, now if we go back to our website, we can see we have this everything cleaned up. Perfect. Now we can add React router to our application. Now, one last thing, I want to customize a bit this dark background color. So here we have two options, of which first one is not recommended at all. So maybe you would think, okay, I want to have here a dark background, totally black one. So I can type body and, for example, background and give a black color. If you go back, you will see it is not applied. We can then, of course, add an important tag and yeah, we have it. But this is not a good practice because we are using a Chakra UI. And since we are using Chakra, we do not want to override the Chakra colors, but we want to customize them. So we are going back to our theme, and here in our styles, first I want to uncomment this because we will be using this mode. And in our styles, here I want to type global. So this is a global prop, global object, which we'll be using to override the basic default styles only for background for this project, for our body, sorry. So this is a function which receives props and returns an object. Okay, first we want to add a body. This is also an object and BG, which is a background. Okay, now in Chakra we have basically background can have modes for light and for dark one. So we have this mode, this is this one, this method here, mode. So first argument in this function is light mode. So for example, we can type this one, it is a white color, and second one is, for example, this one. Okay, so this is working, this is fine. But I don't want to override a default Chakra mode for white color mode. So what can I do here in the first argument? I can say props dot theme dot semantic tokens dot colors, and then we'll take from ChakraUI Chakra body dash bg, and then we need to, this is basically an object, so we can use a dot notation and say light. So this will retrieve a default light mode from the Chakra. Okay, so now the second argument we can use here, we can do the same, but only dark, but we won't do that because we want to override a default mode. So default mode will be black alpha 900. So this is a Chakra's UI color. You can check all the colors on Chakra's website. Okay, now this is okay and everything should be working. But if you can see, we did not change this color. And why so? Well, because we need to update one more thing. I completely forgot to add here a theme. So we need to pass our theme here to Chakra provider. So this one theme. Okay, now we save. You see, definitely updated color mode. That's perfect. Now we can move on and add React Router to our project. Let's get back to our VS Code and open a new terminal. Here I want to install React Router. So npm install React Router -dom. Okay. Perfect. Now we can kill this terminal, and we don't need this, we don't need this. We are going to need, for now, main.jsx. So we are now going to use the latest version of React Router. Here you can see we're going to use this concept here. So we are going to store all our routes in a router variable and then pass that variable down there to our router provider. Okay, let's get back. And first, let's import here create browser router from React Router DOM. Okay, now we can type here, we can create variable router, and that's equal to create browser router. So this is a function with an array. Okay, inside we're going to create an object and type path. So this is base path. It receives an element, and the element will be app, our app. So this is this app here, this one. Okay, now we have two options here. We can do, for example, this, and for example, this is homepage, this is movie page, so on and so on. But I want to use another approach. I want to add here children. Okay, children is an array of routes. So for example, we're going to use this path. Again, this is a base path, and element should be homepage, for example. But for now, I'm going to add a div which says home. Okay. Now I want to add another path. For example, movies. So we are on a /movies. We are going to render an element, which is going to be a separate component called movies. But for now, I'm going to add a div movies. Okay, now we can copy paste here. This will be shows, and this is TV shows, let's say. And I will copy paste again this one, and this will be search. So like a search component. Okay, I think we are good for now. And now all I have to do is, instead of this, I will remove this app and I will import router provider from React Router DOM. Okay. This is a self-closing component and it receives a router. This. Okay, now if I save, let's see. Now if I go back here, if I go on movies, this is fine for now. This is hello, but that's okay. We have this route. If I go to search, we have this route. But if I go to I'll type some gibberish here. Yeah, this is not existing page. This is okay for now. Perfect. Let's get back to our code. Let me just zoom in a bit. Okay, now let's go back to our app, and here we need to do some updates. This app basically will serve as our layout for whole application. So we would here need to create a layout, and inside layout we need to render a chiller basically. So first let me go here and create all pages that we need. Inside the source folder, I'm going to create a new file, which will be home.jsx. Okay, then I'm going to create a new folder, which will be pages. Yeah, and this home page should be inside the pages folder. Okay, that's good. Now I will create a new folder here called movies, and inside the movies I'm going to create a new file called movies.jsx. I'm going to repeat same procedure for shows, so new folder shows, and inside new file called shows.jsx. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to use RAFCE to create a new React component. Just in case you don't know, I'm using this extension called this one. So I can type this and it will create automatically this component for me. This is okay for now. I'm going to repeat same thing here. This will be movies. Okay. This is home, and this will be RFCE shows. Perfect. That's all right. Now, next step is to create components. So inside source folder, I'm going to create a new folder called components. And inside components, I'm going to create a new file called layout.jsx and one more called Navbar.jsx. Perfect. First, I'm going to create a new navbar, area FCE. Okay. And here we are going to first import a box from ChakraUI. That's basically a div. We'll add some padding, 4 and margin bottom 2. Okay, inside of it, I'm going to create a container. In Chakra, we can add max width, which is equal to container.xl. Okay, and inside we'll have a flex from ChakraUI, which is basically a div with a display of flex. and we're going to type justify content space between. Perfect. Okay, now I'm going to import a link from React Router DOM. And first one is going to go on this. This will be a home page. So we need to add our logo here. And that will be a box from Chakra. And it will say Nat Flex. Perfect. I'm going to add a font size of 2XL. Then I'm going to add a font weight of bold. Color red. I'm going to add some letter spacing. I think widest. Yep. And font family will be mono. Okay, perfect. And here, below this, I'm going to add a new flex. So for now, we are going to create only a desktop version. So I will add a comment desktop here. Okay, perfect. This flex will have link items from React Router DOM. So first one will be home, and it will lead us to this route. And I will copy paste this couple of times. This will be movies, and this will be TV shows. So this part here is movies. I will go back to main. So this path here. Okay. And this one will be shows. Okay, I'm going to copy paste one more time this, and this will be search. And the path is search. Okay, perfect. Now I'm going to our layout, and I'm going to create a new component here. And first we want to import a Navbar. Yeah, that's the one. Here we are going to add this, and inside of it, first component is a Navbar, and below Navbar we want to add a main. So here we are going to pass our children. So children is basically our whole app. So main page, movies, TV shows, so on, so on, so on. So we are going to receive these as a prop. Perfect. I think this is good. Now I think my ESLint is giving me some warning. Yes, is missing a props and validation. Since we are not using TypeScript, I'm going to import here. Let me just do this quickly. Prop types from prop types. Yep, that's the one. And if I go down here, I can, so since this component is called layout, I can say layout.prop types is equal to, that's an object. So first prop is children, and this is prop types dot node, and is required. Just let me check. Yeah, so this is lowercase prop types. Yeah. Okay, now next step is to go to our app folder here, app file, sorry, and inside just import layout. Okay, perfect. Let me just go back here quickly, and yeah, you can see we have our basic layout here. If I go here, movies, TV shows, search, so on and so on. So now the final thing that we need to add, it is an outlet from React Router. Yeah. Perfect. All right. Now, this is a thing from React Router. Basically, it tells to our application, cool, you're here. Okay, now, and whatever you have here in children, you need to render it here inside our layout. So basically, outlet is that, or all of our children here. Okay, perfect. Now, if I go here, click movies, you will see our div movies, TV show, and so on and so on. So we can now remove this and import our components. So this is home. Yep. This is movies component, movies page, to be more precise. This is shows. Yep. And this is search. Do I have search? Oh, I don't have search. Let me just do that quickly. I will create a new folder called search. And inside a new file, search.jsx. Same stuff. For now, we're going to remove this, save it, and here we're going to add search. Yeah, that's the one. If I now save, perfect. That's awesome. Right. Okay, now let's go to here to home page, and I think we need to add a basic layout here. So if you see, we need to add a container here because this is out of the container line. So here I'm going to add container from ChakraUI, and if I go here to Navbar, you will see this one. So we need to use this width of the container. Okay, I'm going back here and I'm going to paste it over there. And for now, let's just say, for example, I want to import this heading from Chakra, and this will be trending. So this will be as H2. You can do this in Chakra. And I want to use a font size, medium, and I want to add a text transform property. I want always to have here uppercase. If I save this now, yeah, this is perfect. So now we want to do this for every page. So here, let me just copy everything. I need to import this, and I need to import this. This will be, for example, movies or discover movies. Yep, I want to copy this and go to shows. This will be, I want to import again this and this. This will be TV shows. And the same stuff, I think, here for search. Yep. Import this, and for now, let's say search. Okay, I think this is pretty good. Let me go back here. Movies, TV shows, search. Great, this is perfect. Now let me just do one more thing quickly. We need to go to our navbar, yeah. And we need to add here, let's say a gap of 4. Yeah, now this looks very good, I think. Just in case, I want to also align items center and Yep, this is perfect. Okay, now we can move on. All right, friends. Next step is to connect an API with our application. For that purposes, we are going to use TMDB. So go to themoviedb.org, and in order to use API, you need to create an account. So let me just do that quickly. Click here, join, and add your data. Okay, next step is to verify your account. So check your email. Okay, now we can log into our account. All right, now when we have an account, we need to connect our application with TMDB. In order to do that, we need to use an API key. So click here on your profile, and I think settings, yep, and API. Okay, now you need to request an API key. To generate a new API key, just click here. Okay, we are developers. Okay, we need to read this and accept terms. And now we need to do, basically here you need to create an application and add some summary. Whatever you type, everything will work. So feel free to type whatever you want. I will go here with movie app. Here I'm going to use Google because we do not have application URL. Here you can write some basic stuff. For example, now you can access your API key from this page here. Next step is to go to our application, to our VS Code, and I want to close all these tabs. Yep. And of course, I'm going to create new file .env. And before typing anything, I want to go to our gitignore file. I will type here. So .env. Perfect. So when we push this to Git, we don't want to push our env file. Okay. Now I'm going back here, and this is important. Since we are using Vite, you need to type Vite. And now whatever you like. This is an API key, so I'll call this Vite API key. Okay, now we need to copy this API key from TMDB and paste it over there. Perfect. Now everything should be working. So how to test this? Well, first go here. Let me just, okay, go here and go more API. So this is a documentation, and we will be using it for creating our routes for targeting their backend. If you go here, and you can search over there for whatever you like. So for example, let me go here and type movies. And here you can see their API, route, and everything else. Okay, so first, now we need to go back to our Visual Studio Code and create inside source folder, a new folder called services. Okay, inside folder services, we need to create a new file called api.js. Perfect. Now, next step is to restart this terminal and install Axios. So npm i Axios. We are going to use Axios for creating our fetch requests. Perfect. So here, first step is to import Axios from Axios. All right. And here I'm going to create a variable called base URL. And another variable called API key. So here we need to import our API key from env. And since we are using Vite, the syntax is following: import dot meta dot env dot name of our variable. So in this case, this one. So I'm going to paste it here with API key. Okay, perfect. And now what is the base URL? So if we go back here, let me just search for movies again. But I want this one, trending. And if we go here to node, you will see this URL here. So this is a base URL with this number 3. So I'm going to copy this and go back here and paste it inside. So we are going to use this base URL when creating every fetch request. Perfect. Let's save and move on. Now let's go back to our TMDB and search here. So not for movies, but we need to fetch all the data. So both movies and TV shows which are trending for our homepage. So I'm going to type here all, I think, yes, under the trending and go there. Here we can see basic structure for this API route, or you can see it here. So now what do we need? We have this already and we need only to add this part. Let's get back to our code and create this API route. So this will be trending. This is an export function. So export const, let's say fetch trending. Okay, so this is an async function. And let's say res is equal to await axios dot get. So this is a get method. Here we need to pass basically this. So I'm going to use a backticks, $sign and curly braces, and paste this variable here, base URL. Okay, then trending all. So trending all, and then this time window. This will be a dynamic value. So let me just add it here. Time window, and we are going to set a default value to be day or week. Let's say day. Okay, so here we need to add this variable. So time window. Perfect. And the last thing, we need to append our API key in order this to work. So how to do that? Very simple. Question mark API key, and that is equal to our variable, this one, API key. So yeah, let me apply prettier. There we go. And then all we need to do is return this res. Perfect. That's it. Now let's go back to our homepage. And over there, for now, only import use effect. Okay. I'm going to type use effect snippet. Perfect. Remove this. Remove this. Okay. So when our homepage loads, we need to call our fetch trending function. Let me just import that quickly from services API. That's the one. Okay. And now we need to pass an argument here. For now, this will be a hard-coded value, day, but later on we're going to have some sort of a drop-down so we can dynamically change to be for day or week. Okay, so this is a promise. We need to resolve it. So then res, And for now, only log it. Okay, and here we need to catch an error, if there is an error. And for now, only log error. Okay, perfect. Let's start our server. Okay, let's go back here. And there we go. This is our response from TMDB. So this is an object, and all we need to do is this data object here. As you can see, they have a page, they have a results, and this is what we need. So an array of results, array of objects. Also, you can see total pages, total results. So this is a very useful thing for pagination, but on this page, specific trending on our homepage, we won't be using that because we only want to display basically latest 20 movies or TV shows, whatever is trending. Okay, let me just go back here to our code, to our API. So we don't want to return this, hold this response, we want basically this data. So I can do, for example, dot data, or I can immediately destructure data here and return it over there. Save. Now we have this. And even more, I can now just say dot results. And perfect. There we go. Okay. Now let's get back to our home page, and we need now to go over this data to iterate and render results. So the next step is to add a use state. And of course, create a new state called data and set data. That's equal to use state, and the initial state is an empty array. Now we can remove this console log and set data to res. Okay, perfect. Let me just do a quick console log here. Let's go back to our page. And as you can see, we are getting the data. Perfect. Let's go back to our code. And now what we need to do here is to create a grid over there. So let me just import it real quickly from Chakra. Okay. Basic one. So let's say template columns, repeat. So 5 at 1FR. Perfect. So we are basically here getting a column-like layout with 5 per row. Okay. Now let's first check if we have data. And if we have it, we can map through it. So we'll have an item here. And then we need to return. For now, let's import here an image just to show you. So we need to add a key that will be item.id. So if I go back here, this is an item and here is ID. Okay. And now we need to add a source to our image. So what is the source? Let me just go back here. And as you can see, we have this backdrop path and the poster path. Well, those are images. For these purposes, we are going to use this poster path, but there's a specific way how we can get images from this API. So I'm going back here to TMDB docs, and I think here, yep. So if I scroll down a bit, you can see these images. Click here, and they gave us an example how we can build image. So as you can see, this first part is URL, this one, and then we can append this thing. So this is a width of the image, and this here is, let me just go back here, as you can see, this one, poster path. So basically we need to find a way how to build this URL. Okay, let me just go back to our code, to our API. We can do something like this. Let's go here and export const image path. So because we are going to need to use the similar approach through our whole application, I want to create a variable where I will store this image path. Okay, so let me go back here and I want to copy this and paste it over there. We don't need this. Okay, and we can also use this one, as you can see, original. So this is with a width of 500 pixels and this is original image. So I want to use also this one. So I'm going to copy this and create a new variable called export const image path original, let's say. And I want to paste it here. I think we are good to go for now. And let me go back here. So we need now to create a source. So the source is basically we need to import this. Let me just do this real quickly. Yep. So variable is called image path. Is the variable we just created, this one here. And of course, next is this poster path. And I can get this poster path. So we need a slash, yep, and new variable, which is basically an item dot this one, poster path. Okay, if we now save and go back, here we go. We have all the images displayed here. Perfect. Okay, now, since we are going to have here basically same thing in our homepage, movies, TV shows, search, the best thing here is to create a component. So I'm going to my components folder, create a new file called card component. Okay, so here I'm going to remove this and I'm going to wrap whole component with a link because we need to click on this link to go to details page. Okay, for now let me just say okay to perfect. Okay, now I want to add a box. And inside box we can add an image from Chakra UI. Perfect. Okay, I'm now going back here. Well, I can copy everything from here, paste it over there. We don't need key anymore. So this is a component and we need to import this. Okay, and this item will receive it as a prop over here. Okay, now again, let me just delete here this. And now again, we are missing a props validation. This is an ASLint error because we do not use TypeScript currently. For now, I'm going just only to disable it because we already know what is this item. Not for this line, but let me here. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think we are good to go for now. So I will go back here. I will remove this image and I want to import card component. Now we need to add a key, which will be item.id, and we need to send this item to our component. Okay, let me just delete this because we are do not using it. We are not using it anymore, and this. Okay. This is okay. This is okay. Let me go back. Yeah, perfect. We have the same thing. Nice. Okay. Here I want to add gap. Let's say 4. So we have a bit spacing over there. And maybe we can address immediately responsiveness. So if I go like here, you can see we are getting all the images smaller and smaller. So don't want that. I want to make this grid responsive. So for example, when we are on some medium that we need to have like 4 items per row or 2 items in 1, something like that. And how we can do that in Chakra? Well, I want first to cut this, add an object. This is how you do responsive thing in Chakra. So we are going to add a base. Base is basically mobile, size for mobile phones. So this will be 1 FR. Okay. Now I want to add a small. That will be, I will paste this. Sorry. But I want to have 2 per row. Then on the medium, I want to have also this, but 4 per row. And of course, on large screens, I want to paste this. If I now save, you can see when I'm dragging this, we'll have 4, 2, and of course 1. And that's really easy with Chakra. Okay, perfect. Let's get back. Now I want to add here basically something like a switch where we can click, for example, now, and we will get trending for now, and on another side this week where we will get all the trending movies and TV shows for this week. Okay. Let's go back to our code, and I want first to wrap this with a flex. Okay, cut this heading and paste it inside of our flex. Okay, this will be align items baseline. I'll add a gap of 4 and some margin. Let's say 10. Okay, below heading, I want to add another flex, which will have a box for today. Let me just import it. Yep, and another one, which will be this week. Okay, this is good for now. Now let me just style this a bit. Center. I need a small gap. Let's say 2. I want to add a border. 1 pixel, solid, with a teal color. And of course, border radius 20 pixels. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, this is okay for now. Now let's style a bit these boxes. So this, when I add as in Chakra, it will render it as a button or as a P tag or whatever I want. In this case, I want button. I want to add a bit of padding, and here, let's say 1. Okay. Also border radius 20 pixels. Yep, I think we're good to go, and I can do the same. I'll copy here and paste it over there. Okay, now I think this is okay. Next step, we need to have a new state, new variable that will store this value. So if it is today or if it is this week. So let me just go back here and create a new use state. So this will be, let's say, time window. Okay, and default is now. Sorry, it is day. Yeah. Okay. And now when we click here, so let's say on click, I want to, this is a callback function, which basically sets a new state. So set time window to day, because this is today, right? And I will copy this on click event and paste it over there. And now here we need to set this state to week. Let me just remind you quickly. If I go here, API reference, type all, this one, you will see the two possible arguments for this are day and week. So this is what we're doing. So now next step is to actually set this value over here. So when we click, it will dynamically fetch the data. So now I want to add it here, time window. And of course, we need to add this variable to our dependency array. Let's now test this out. If I go back here and click this week, yeah, as you can see, we're getting new data, which is trending for this week and now trending for today. Okay, perfect. Now, next thing, I want to actually to know if I am on today or on this week. And how to do that? Well, that's easy. I will need only to change the background for this one, if this basically something like an active class. How to do that? Go here with the background. And now I will add, I need to check this variable, time window. So if time window is equal to day, so if this is true, then I need here color gray 900, else nothing. So don't color it. Similar approach goes over there, down there. So I need to copy this and I need to paste it. And now we need to check if time window is equal actually to a week. And yeah, I think we are pretty much good to go. Yeah, as you can see, we have this colored thing. This is an active class and this is an active class. So maybe you want to this to be a little brighter. So we can use it something like, yeah. Perfect. Okay, let me now do one more thing quickly. I want to have a loading state. So when we switch over this, that's said that is a new API call. So if we have a slower internet connection, it might get laggy. So we need some kind of loader over there. Or for example, when we are fetching the data. Okay, let's create a new variable. Here, use state snippet, loading. Okay, or this needs to be set true. Okay, and now when we are done with fetching this, we want to set this variable to false. And how to do that? Well, since we are using promises, we can append here finally. So finally, it will resolve in any case. So if we get data or if we have an error when that process is complete, it will trigger this function over there. So we need to set loading to false. Okay. And just in case, I might want to add it here. Set loading to true. Okay, so now over there we can check if we have a loading state or not. For now, I can do that here. So if it is loading, so if this is true, then let me just render a div. This is for now solution, loading. Perfect. Now let's reload this page. So for a real short time, you can see this. But now I have a good internet connection and this is basically a cache data, but this will be useful eventually when we add pagination for other pages. Okay, let's move on now and create or update a bit this card component. First, I want to add an alt tag here for the image, and that will be item.title. And I want to add height of 100%. So now, if I go back here, let me just open this up. And here, as you can see, we don't have title. But if I open up this, you will see that I have title. So what's the difference? Well, the difference is that this one is media type TV. So it is a TV series, TV show. And this one is type movie. So here we have title property. So what we can do over there is to say alt is item title, or if you don't have item title, then it is a TV show, so we have item.name. Okay, let's move on. Now, what's the plan? The plan here is to, when I hover over this card, I want basically some kind of an overlay to pop up and to see the basic data for the TV show or for the movie. So let's go back here and create here another box. And this box will hold our data. Let me just add text here, component from Chakra. Yep. So here we are going to have an item dot title if it is a movie, or item dot name if it is a TV show. So this is it. Okay, perfect. But now we need to create an overlay. Okay, for that thing we are going to need to set this box. This is a parent box. So we need to set position to relative. And this box over here needs to have a position absolute. Okay, now let's say P2. Bottom I want to have 0. Left also 0. Width 100% of the parent. Height 1/3, so that's 32%. And I want to add a background color, which will be some RGBA, because we want some kind of a dark overlay. So 0, 0 and 0.9. Okay. Okay, this is good. Yep, I think this is all right. So the idea here is initially this to be basically invisible, and when we hover, this should pop up. So here I want to add opacity 0. Okay, now let's go back here, and we need to add a hover effects. So when we hover over this card, we want, let's start from this. So first I want to transform this a bit, basically to scale it. So what we can do is type transform and let's say scale 1 point, just a little bit, 1.08. Okay. This is okay. And I want to add here basic transform. So initial state is scale 1. So this is initial scale, and on hover we have this. Okay. Now, besides this, in Chakra we also can add transition in a similar style, in a similar manner. So what we want to transition, we want to transition this. We want to transition transform 0.2 seconds, and with, let's say, is in out. So as you can see, we have now this nice smooth transition. Perfect. But now let's say we are on the mobile, or even there, we don't want this transform because this will be a tablet or mobile phone. And in this case, I want to cut this, and in a similar manner as earlier. So this is base. Let's say paste this, and on medium also paste this. Okay, but this we want to remove this, so we basically have the same scale. So the scale would not happen on this screen. Yeah, on this screen size. Yes. Okay, perfect. Let's move on. And now I want somehow, when I hover over this, somehow I want to get this box to appear. And similar, like in CSS, we can somehow target this. And how to do that? Well, you can add a class name over there called overlay, let's say. And here we can say, and class overlay, it is equal to what? Well, opacity 1. So when you hover over here, over this box, this should change opacity to 1. Okay, perfect. But almost. As you can see, this scaling is transitioning with these effects, but this is like an instant transition. So we want to fix that. How to fix that? Well, we need to go over here for our overlay and add a transition property, which will be what we want to transition when we want to transition opacity. So opacity, let's say 0.3 seconds is in out. Okay, much better. Okay, let's move on. I just, for any case, I want to add some z-index here. For example, let's say 10. Okay, this is fine, but this is also fine. Okay, and I think we are pretty much good to go. Yeah, so we can now add some data this overlay. Let me just first do a quick text align here to center. Okay, and now below this, let's add a new text element, also with a text align of center, and this should be date. I want to have where it is. Yeah, it is a first air date in case of TV show, but in case of a movie, it is release date. So we can do similar thing. Okay, first, because this is a date, we want to add it to a new date. And this is item dot release date. If we have it, but if we don't have it, then it must be this another thing. So item dot first air date. So this one. So this is the case for the movie, and this is the case for the TV show. Okay, let's save it. Oh, okay. We need to first get full year. And if we don't have a date, we can add something like any. Okay. Now we've used this function from JavaScript, get full year, to get year out of this date. Okay, perfect. Now let's add a bit styling here. I want to have a font size set to small, or even, yeah, this one, extra small. And I want to change the color to green 200. Okay. let's move on. Below text, I want to add a flex component. And here I want to have some sort of an icon. We need to import that. So let's say for now, let be star icon. Okay. And over there, we want to have a number of votes. So basically some kind of a rating. And we can do that. We can find vote average. So this is 7.8, but I want probably to round it up to 7 or let's say 8. Yeah. So we can do here, let's say text. This will be an item. This will be an item dot vote average. Okay, so this is 7, 7.8, 8.5, so on. But as I told you earlier, I want to add 2 fixed here and round it up to this one, 8.5, 7.8, and so on, so on. Now let's import icons. So we can use Chakra also for that. So let's say ChakraUI icons. And if you go here, you will see we need to install this package and we can use any of these icons. Okay, let's go back to our code. I'll open up a new terminal and paste this command. Okay, now I can close this terminal and here I can import star icon. Star, yeah, this is the one. Let me save this, go back. Now let me just fix this a bit. So we can use font size here to set it to small. Yep, that's good. And we can play around with our flex. So let's say align items center, justify content also center. Then we can add a bit of a gap, let's say 2, and margin top, let's say 4. Let me save, go back, and perfect. I think this is fine and we are good to go. Yep. Now, before going to details page, I want to address a bit this loading issue. So what we can do, if I go back here, I want to remove this loading for loading state, and I want to add as a loading state some kind of skeleton cards. So fortunately, we can use Chakra again here. Let me just go back here and type search for skeleton component. Yeah, this is the one. So as you can see, this is a basic skeleton. We can add height and also different properties, but we are going for, in our case, we are going to use this basic one. Let's go back here and let me cut this. Okay. Now what we want to return. If we have a loading state, so if this is true, we want to return a skeleton. Else, if it is not loading, I want to return this. Okay, now we need to add a key. You would maybe think that we can add the same thing as here, but that's wrong, because when we have loading, there's a possibility that we don't have data still. So we do not have access to this item.id. In this case, the better approach is to use a second argument for this map function, which is an index, position of an element in array. So we can go here and use this. Okay. Now, if I go back here, switch this, Again, we cannot see it for now because I have good internet connection, but I can go back here and set this to true. So we can simulate loading state. Let me go back here. Now, we forgot to add a width height to our skeleton. So height, let's say 300. Now, I think we have this pretty cool, smooth animation. Okay, perfect. Let me go back here and set this to false. Okay, this is great. And now we can move on to our details page. Alright friends, now I'm here at the TMDB docs and I'm going to explore this API a bit. First, let me just go back here and search for details. Now over here, we're going to click here on movies and just look at this. We have our base URL here, movie and movie ID. Now, another thing, we can search for TV shows or TV series. So, as you can see, the only difference here is actually in this. So we have TV for TV shows and movie for movies. And this, it's a dynamic field. It's a param, as you can see here. So in this case, we are passing ID of the series. And in the previous one, we need to pass a movie ID. So let's get back to our code, to api.js. And here we have two options. We can create two API calls or create basically a fetcher function where we can pass type as a first argument, so TV or movie, and ID of the desired TV show or movie. So I'm going to go with the second approach. So let's say this is movies and series. And same stuff as earlier. This will be fetch details function, and that's an async function. Okay, first argument is type, and the second one is ID. Now, let's create this await axios.get. Here we are passing our base URL. Here we need to pass a type, and after that we'll go with ID. So as you can see over there, this is it. And now, of course, last thing, we need to append this API key here and return our response. And that's it. Now we need to create a details page. And again, here we have two options. We can do something like this. Let's say movie details. And that's okay. Actually, if you're following along, you don't need to type this, but I only want to show you this approach. Now here, but shows show details. And that's okay. So now we need to go to our main JSX and create new routes or paths. So I can do something like this. Let's say this would be like movie. Okay. And now basically a detail page would be movie / ID of that movie. So how we can add the dynamic routes using React Router? Well, I only need to have a column and ID. Okay, element. And here we would only add movie details page. I can do the same for the TV show. just here, let's say TV ID, and this is show details. And that's fine. This is working. So now if I go back, let's say TV and some ID, I would get this page. But I think this is not the best approach, because movie details and show details are basically the same page with only a few small differences. So I will remove this, and this needs to be a dynamic part of the path. So how we can do that? Well, very simple, just like this. Okay, now I don't want to have these separate pages, so I can delete them, and I can create new page called details page.jsx. This is okay. And now I need to import it here. Oh, we have an error here, so I only need to remove this because we don't have them anymore. If I save, now I can go, for example, TV, and I have this page, or let's say movie, some number, and I have this page. Perfect. Now let's go and create details page. Before creating details page, first we need to manage linking of these cards. And how to do that? Where? That's very simple. If we go here in our response, in some of our cards, you will see this media type. So this first one is movie. If you go down there, second one, media type is TV. So that's a TV show. So what we can do, if you go back to our homepage, here, we need to access media type from this item. Okay, and how to do that? Well, if we go to card component, we can basically go here and do something like item.media type. Okay, and here ID from this item. So that's very simple. I only need to type item.id. So now when I hover over this card, you will see down there, this is a movie with ID of 906, so on. This is a TV, this is TV, this is a movie, and so on. Okay, if I now click here, you will see this. If I go back and click here, you will see this ID of a TV show. Okay, now before we continue developing our details page, I want to do a slight change here. You will see why later. Here I want to pass type. So from here I want to pass it as item.media type. And now we'll receive it here as a parameter type, and then we'll pass it over there. Okay, let's see if this is working now. Yep, perfect. I will come back to this line of code a bit later, but in general, from homepage, we are able to access the media type, but later on the movies page, we probably won't be able to access it, so we need to find another way. But we'll deal with this a bit later. Okay, I'm now on details page, and let's move on. First things first, let's import something from React Router called useParams. It's a hook from React Router, which will help us get the ID from this URL. Okay, so import use params from React router DOM. And then we'll need to store this in a variable. So this is router, and it is equal to use params. Okay, and now we can destructure this router. And if I type here ID, it will find this. Okay, now let me show you that. Let's say I want to delete this and return. So here, let's add a box from ChakraUI and let's say ID. Okay, now you see we have access to this ID and we can pass this ID as an argument. But what to do with this? Well, we can also extract this, and this is a type. And how do we know that? Well, because we defined it over here. So this part of the path is ID and this part of the path is type. So if I go back here, I can extract a type also from this ID. Let me just demonstrate this real quickly. Sorry. Okay, now you see this is a movie, this is a TV, and so on and so on. Okay, perfect. Now let's import use effect. I can just start typing. Yep, and here it is. Let me just rearrange this a bit. First are React functions, components, and then Chakra. Okay, perfect. Now I will create a use effect snippet. Okay, perfect. Remove this, and here we need to fetch our details. Okay, so this function. I think we have everything what we need. So what can I do here? I can say fetch details. Yes, that's the one. And here I want to pass so movie or TV show and ID. But of course, I won't be hard coding this value because we already got it from our route. So this is type, this is ID. Perfect. Then response. If we have it, for now, just log it. Okay, now if we have an error, please catch it and also log it. And of course, we'll have a finally here if everything is set properly. And as usual, we're going to need the use state and some variable for loading indicator. So let's go over here. Let's say use state. Yep, this is loading and set loading. Initial value is true, but when we are finally done with our API call, we are going to set this set loading to false. Okay, now we need to add type and ID to our dependency array. So this is type and ID. Perfect. Now let's save this and go back. If I click, let's say on Oppenheimer, we'll get the data. Perfect. Everything we need. So now let me just real quickly go back to our API, and as here, we need to return details. Sorry, data. Yeah. Okay, now we got here much better response. Everything what we need. Okay, now let's go back to our code, details page, and start working on our UI. First things first, let's create another use state. Yep. So this is details, and of course set details, and the initial value is an empty object. Now here we want to handle loading state, so I can say if loading, so if the fetch request is in progress, we want to return some sort of spinner here. So I can do flex ChakraUI just to center everything. You can type just justify center. And then here we can import from Chakra spinner component. Okay. We can say size XL and color red. Okay. Now you'll see it here, but as earlier, I will type here true just for testing purposes. So yeah, I think this looks good. Okay, let me revert this and go back with our page. Okay, I'm going to remove this, open up this, and let's wrap everything with a box. Okay, inside this box, I want to have some sort of a background. So I will add another one. Yep. And inside of this, we can add a container. So why so? Well, because here I want to have a background image from left to right, so 100%, and everything else needs to be in the container over there. So this box will hold a background image with some gradients, overlays, and here we'll have our content. Okay, so we need to add a max width to our container. And that's container.xl. Okay. Inside container, we want to add a flex, align items center, gap, let's say 10, and flex direction. When we are in base, so mobile resolution, we want column, and when we are tablet and above, we want to be in a row. Okay, perfect. So here on the left side, we are going to add an image from ChakraUI. And again, let's say first height 450 pixels. I want the border radius a bit. So let's say small. And we need to add source. Source, as earlier, we need to add first these backticks and pass image path. Yes, that's the one. So this is this. Okay. And slash. Now, what we want to display here? Well, these are details, and we want to display poster path. Where is it? Yeah, here is the one. We're going to use poster path for this image here, and for the background image, we're going to use this backdrop path. Okay, so details, poster path. Now, on the right side, I'm going to add a box which will hold some data. Let's say heading. Yep. With the font size, let's say bigger one, 3XL. And here we'll have title. But if you remember, movies are with titles. Yep. And TV shows are with, I think, name. This is a movie. Oh, sorry, this is the same page. So this is title, and if I go back and let's say this is a TV, and you'll see this here has a name property here. Yep. So what we can do, if we go back here, we can do something like details, name, or details title, but I prefer this way. So const, I will create a new variable called title, and this will be details.title or details.title. name if it is a TV show. So here I will only pass title. All right, this is okay. If I go back here, click here, nothing happened. And why so? Well, this image is undefined. Let's see why. Oh, yep. So we forgot to set the details. We only log our details here. So let me do that real quickly. Set details, and this is it. We'll have them also console logged here, just to be able to see everything. Yeah, this is perfect now. Okay, moving on. Let's now add this background. So, background, and this, we need to add a backticks because we're going to use, again, this image path. And, okay, let's type it like here, like this. Okay, first we want to add this linear gradient, which is RGBA. So dark version 0, 0, 0, let's say 0.88. And again, RGBA, we can copy this. Okay, next argument is URL of the image. So now I'm going to use this one. Let me just go here, this one, original, because I want to have high resolution image. So now I can add image path original. Yeah, that's the one. Slash details, and now backdrop path. Let me just copy it, this, and paste it here. Okay, perfect. Now this is a shorthand, so I can add a URL as a background image, and this is basically a dark, transparent layout above the image, so we can see clearly the text which is above this. Okay, now let me just apply prettier, and here I can add, let's say, background repeat. Yep. Now repeat. So this is like basic CSS. Background size. Everything, it should be cover. And of course, background position. Center. Okay, perfect. Width 100%. Height, we need to specify height. So for the base, for mobile, of course, auto, because the content will push everything down. But for the bigger size screens, we're going to add, let's say, 500 pixels. Okay, and maybe some padding. Okay, now display flex. We want everything to be in center. Align items, center. Perfect. Let's see. Great. This looks great. Let me just go here with z index of -1. Yep, just in any case. Yeah, this looks great. Okay, let's move on now and add some other details here. So here in our heading, below title, I want to add a date. It is the same thing as earlier. If we have a TV show, that will be first air date, and if we have a movie, that will be details.release date. So we can do similar thing like before, const release date, and if the type is equal to TV, so TV show, then we want to return details dot. First, let me just check here. Let's find some show. This one. And that's this one, first year date. Okay. Let me just paste it here. Else it will be details release. Release date. Okay. Now I can go back and here, let's say new date. This is a release date, full year. So get full year. Okay. And I will wrap this with a text. Text component from Chakra. Yep. And this will be rendered as a span. I want to be in line with the title. Okay. Now font weight. This I want to be normal. I want to change the color a bit. Let's say gray 400. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, this looks good. Maybe we can add here this, a space. Yeah, this is good. This is all right. Now we can move on and below this heading, I will add a new flex component and of course align items. Sender gap will be 4. Margin top 1 and margin bottom 5. Okay, inside of it, let's create another flex component with align items of center. And here I want to add a calendar icon. Yep, from ChakraUI. And we'll have a margin of 2, margin right, and color this gray 400 again. And here we can add a new text element, which will be, let's say, font size small. And here we can add this date we added earlier. So I'll copy this, paste it here, but we don't need full year. We need to have the local date string and set it to EN US. And this we can add US. Okay. Let me check this. Okay, this looks good. Now moving on. Okay, below this flex, going to create another one. This is also align items. Center and a bit of a gap 4. Okay, here we are going to add basically a circular component, circular progress component. We got it from ChakraUI, so circular progress. That's the one. Okay, let me just go back to Chakra and to show you this. Okay, so we can customize it. You can see value is set to 30. We can customize size, so on and so on. We can add this label. This is very useful. We're going to add this for rating of movie or TV show. Okay. Let me just close this, go back here and start adding. Let's say value 80, BG gray 800, border radius full, so we want full circle, small, really small padding 0.5, size let's say 70 pixels, color, here we would like to dynamically change colors, but for now, let's say red. But we will address this a bit later. And thickness should be 6 pixels. Okay, but this is not self-closing component. And now inside, we want to add a circular progress label. It is also Chakra UI component. And here we can add, let's say, font size should be large. And here we need to render a number. So let's say details, vote average. And let me just create a box as a span and a small font size. And this will be, let's say, 10 pixels. And here we want to add a percent. So now if I go back, you will see this. Okay, so this is currently a value 80. This is hard-coded. Okay, this is 100, so on, so on. But we will update this later. But here we have not percentages, but rating in decimal. So we need to convert this decimal to a percentage number. And how to do that? Well, we can create a helper function. Let's go here in our source and create a new folder, which will be called utils. And inside we can create a new file called helpers.js. Okay, now we need to create a function. First export, of course. Let's say rating to percentage. And this is equal to, okay, this is a function, and as an argument we are going to pass here rating. And what we want to return? Well, very simple. We want to return this rating times 10, and of course to fixed 0. And that's all. Now, if I go back to our details page, what I can do here is cut this number and import our rating to percentage function. And I only need here to pass this number. Let me just save it. And voila, 77%. Perfect. I can maybe do here something like this to add a bit of spacing. That's great. Okay, let me check here. 78, Oppenheimer 81. This is great. Okay, now I want also to be able to dynamically detect colors. So this color should not be red, but for example, if it is above 50%, maybe yellow. If it is below 50%, maybe red, and so on and so on. So how to do that? Well, we'll go to our helpers function, to our helpers page, and create a new function. Let's say resolve rating color. It will also receive rating. And now if rating, let's say, is greater or is equal or greater than 7, we want to return a green color. So in Chakra we can use green.400. It's a shade of green. Okay. Else if rating is greater or equal 5, we can return some kind of orange, also 400. And else rating is below 5, we will return red 400. Okay, let's test this out. In our details here, we are going to call this function resolve rating color, and of course pass this number. So pass the rating. Let's see. If we now save, this should be green. Yep. This should be also green. Let's find some lower, 6.5. This should be yellow. Yeah, perfect. I think this is working. Now, one last thing. We need to update this value, and this is very simple. All we have to do is pass this number. So I can copy this function. So this will return us a percentage, actually a number. So this should work now. If I go back here, it is 86. If I go back here, yeah, perfect. Everything works perfect. Now we can move on. Below our circular progress, we want to add a text element, and this will be user score. And also I want to address display. So if we are on the base, I don't want to display it. So if we are on mobile and in bigger screens, I want to set this to initial value. Okay, let's see if this is working. Yeah, this is okay for now. Great. Now the next step here is to add, well, we'll add it, but it won't be functional for now. So here we would need to add a button from ChakraUI. Let's say we'll add a left icon from Chakra. That will be check circle icon. Okay. And here we'll hard code this value. So let's say the item is our watch list. Okay, let's add a bit styling, color scheme. Let's say green. Variant will be outline and on click. And for now, let's just console log it, click. Okay. Okay, this is good. And it is working. Perfect. And here we'll have another button. So let me just put this to display none. Okay. And this one will have different small add icon. Don't want to use this color scheme. Outline is okay. And this will be add to watch list. Sorry. Watch list. Okay. Perfect. I think this looks great. We'll leave it here for now. Now below this flex, I want to add a text element, and this will display details tag line, if there is a tagline. Okay, I want to add a color, a bit grayish color, so gray 400. Font size, let's say small. Font style, I want it to be italic. And some margin. Okay, this is good. Now let's add heading. And this will be overview with the font size of XL and margin bottom 3. Okay, and now let's render overview. This will be in a text element of the font size, let's say medium, and a margin bottom 3. And here we want to pass details dot overview. And here it is. Okay. Next thing, Let me just open this. I want to add genres. So here you can see we have an array of objects with ID and name. So that's pretty easy. We'll go down there, add a flex element with margin top of 6 and the gap of 2. Okay, now we need to go through the details, if there are details, and then let me just check genres. Yep. And if there are genres, we want to map through them. So genre, and this will need to return us. We can use a badge from ChakraUI, badge component. And here we'll say genre.name, and for the key, we'll say genre.key. That's perfect. Just I want to add a bit of padding here. So P1. Great. This looks great. I think this is good for now, and we can move to this section here and add a cast. For that purposes, we are going to need to use another API route. So I'll go back here and search for credits. Okay, I'll go with this one in movies. And as you can see, this API route, it is similar like the route for the details. So we have this movie, and also we can have TV, and then we pass ID of that movie or TV, and then credits. So we can test this out. If I go here and copy this ID of this specific movie, paste it here, and hit the route, I will get a response here, and you can see this cast array of objects, and inside of this object we have a name of a actor, original name, profile path with image, which is what we need. So let's do this. I'll go back here to my code. Let me just do this. Okay. And here I'm going to type, let's say, movies and series. And this is credits. Okay, we can do similar stuff. Fetch credits. And this is an async function with also arguments of type and ID. Then we can do similar stuff. So I'll wait axios.get, and here we need to add a base URL. After that, type. After that, ID, and after that, credits. We can also copy here, copy this and paste it over here. API key. And of course then return res.data. And that's all. Now we can go back to our details page, go back over here. Before this is a new API call. And now I would need to copy this, paste it here. So these are not fetch details, these are fetch credits, and create new variables, and so on and so on. Later on, we are going to need to use another third API call for videos. So this would get pretty messy. So what can I do here? I will return this. Okay. I will put this in a comment, and here create a new use effect. Let me just clear it a bit and show you, well, I would say right way when dealing with multiple promises or multiple API requests. So here I can create a new function. It's basically a fetcher function. So fetch data, and this is async function. Okay, this function will do something, and then we'll call this function below. Okay, now we'll add here in this function a try catch block. Yep, that's the one. And for the catch, we'll only console log it. Okay, and in the try block, we are going to use something called await promise.all. So this function receives in an array promises. So first one was fetch data, and we passed type and ID. So this is the one. Sorry, not fetch data, but fetch details. Yep. And the next one, separated by the comma, will be fetch credits. Yep. And the same type and ID. Okay. And these promises, they will return basically an array with this response, so on. So what we can do, we can destructure the data here. So const in array. So first will be, let's say, details data. This is the response from this first function. Second one will be credits data. This is a response from this function. Okay. Now all I have to do is set details, and these are details data, this one. So I will put this comment here. Set details. Okay. Down below we can set credits. So we can create a new state snippet. Let's say credits, and set credits. This will be, well, an array. Yep. Or maybe we don't need credits. This will be a cost. Yeah, so set cost. Okay. And here set cost, and this is set setter function. So we need to pass credits data. Okay. And that's all. Now, when we catch error, it will catch both this, if we have error here, if we have error here, and later on in the third API call. So this catch will catch all errors. And of course, we can add finally. When everything is done, feel free to set loading to false. And that's all. Of course, we need to upgrade our dependency array with external variables. These are type here and ID. And that's all. This should be working now. Okay, let me just, let's say, console log here cost, and go back to our page. And yeah, here we have cost, as you can see, cost crew. We are going to use this one, and above we have our response for details. So that's all. We can now start building UI. Let me just remove this console, go down there, and below this box I can add another container, also with a max width of container.xl. And padding bottom 10. Okay, inside this container we'll have first heading as h2 for semantic purposes. We'll add a font size of medium. I want this to be a text transform uppercase, and margin top 10. Okay, and this will be cost. Okay, now below heading, I want to add a flex with margin top of 5, margin bottom of 10. I want overflow X to be scroll and Y, you'll see in a second. And let's add a gap. Okay, in this flex, let me first check if our cast dot length is equal to 0. So if we don't have a cast, we want to render a text element and no cast found. Okay, but in case we have a cast, we can just, so if cast and cast.map, let's say item, and we want to return a box with key of item.id. And let's say a min width should be 150 pixels. Okay. Inside of box, we want to return an image. So source will be as usual. So we need to provide this image path slash item dot profile. I think, let me just reload the page. Oh, we removed the console log. I think it was profile path, if I remember correctly. Let me just check. It's not a function. Okay, we have an error here. Let's get back here. Cast.map is not a function. Let me just see here. Set. Okay, let's console log it. And let's comment this image. Okay, let's go to Oppenheimer. Okay, let's see what's the issue. Okay, let's log this credits data. Let me reload the page. So we have this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what's the issue. Yeah, we need to return this credits data dot cost. Okay, if we now, yeah, that's it. So we have 84 of them. Okay. Let's, oh, it can stay here. I will remove this. Go back down there and comment out this. Okay. Now what we got here. So a lot of cost here. So I don't want to render all these 84 actors, and I can limit them to 10, let's say. So I will go back here and let's say cost dot slice, so 0 to 10. Let's go back, and now we'll only render 10 first of the 10 actors. So if you want to upgrade this application, you can, for example, add here see all, create a new page, and render all the cast for each movie or TV show. Okay, let's see what is this. So each child in a list should have a unique key prop. Okay, let's get back to our page here and see where do we have a map. I think it is for genres. Yeah, so this is not genre key, but genre ID. If I save now, clear the console and reload the page, yeah, everything works perfect. Okay, one more thing I noticed here. We have issue with this background color. This is not the black I wanted initially, so I think I have a problem here in my theme. Yep. Yeah, I forgot to add this. And we need to pass props here. Okay, if I save now, go back. Yeah, it's much better. This is real black color. Okay, so for example, if I add here red, I will have red. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so we can move on now. Let me just go back here, clear my console, and that's all. Next step is to fetch videos if we have them actually down there. So let's do that. Let me just go here. This is okay. And I want to go down below this flex, create a new heading. This will be also H2. Font size, let's say medium. Text transform. So we always want to be uppercase no matter what. Some margin top of 10 and margin bottom of 5. And the heading would be videos. Okay, perfect. Now let's display our video trailer. Let's go back to our TMDB, and here we can search for videos. Now here we can see that we need to use this API route. So our base URL, movie or TV, movie ID or TV show ID, and then videos. Okay, so let's test this out. I will go back here. I will copy this and paste it over there. Let's try it out. And okay, as you can see, we have this ID and results. So we'll get, well, a lot of videos, and we need to figure out how to filter them. And one of the way is to check the type here. So we don't want as a main video, we don't want teaser, but we want featurette. That's fine, but we are looking for trailer or something like that. This is behind the scenes. Clip. Yeah, this is the one. So something like this. We're going to search for that, filter everything out, and render the main one. And we can also render the other videos below that main one. So I'm going back to our code, to our API file, and here, let's say, I can copy this. Yep, but these are videos. Okay, let's create a function, similar approach, fetch videos, and this is an async function, so I can, yep, type and ID, and what we need to return, I will copy this part, and of course, same stuff, this is, everything is the same, copy, paste it over there, and here we'll write videos instead of these credits, and of course we'll append this API key. I can now close this, and of course return this response, so res.data. And here we go. This is all we need for now. Let's go back to our details page now. Go here. And over there, we need to call this fetch function. So fetch videos and pass current type and ID. Okay, now we need to, I will remove this console log. And now we need here to set video or videos. So let's go back over here and let's say const. This is the main one, so video and set video. This is use state and the initial value is null. And we're going to need another variable called, let's use this use state snippet, and let's say videos, set videos, and initially there will be an empty array. Let's go back down there. And here we can say something like const video is equal to, well, here we need to retrieve the response. So let's say videos data. Okay, so videos data dot results, and we need to find something. So what? So this is video. Sorry for this. Yep. So this is video, and we are going to look for the type in video that is equal to trailer. Okay, perfect. And we want to set this here. So because we are using find, it will look for every video with a type of trailer, and if we have 2 or 3 or more, it will return us the first one. It will return us actually an object. Okay, that's first thing. And now we need to set videos. Let's say videos, videos data, results. Now I want to filter all the videos. So video, and I want to return every video type which is not equal to trailer. And we can also slice them just in case if we have some crazy number like 100 or so videos. So I only want to return first 10. And yep, that's all. We can set that to set videos and save. Okay, now let's just console log it. So video, videos, and this will be videos. Okay, let's go back to our page and what we got here. First thing, this is an object. This is a main video trailer. And second one are 10 videos that are not trailers. Perfect. This is perfect. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, it's okay. For now, this console log to be here. We'll go back down there. And here we need to render our trailer. And how to do that? Well, definitely we need to create a component. So let's go back here, create a new file. Let's say video component.jsx. Okay. This is fine for now. And how we are going to use this video? Well, as an iframe. We're going to embed iframe here. Okay, and how to do that? Well, let's go back to our page here, and this is what we got from our trailer. So we have this key and this ID. And now let me go back here, and let's say YouTube, Oppenheimer trailer, for example, and let's open it up. So as you can see, here we have this URL, watch, with query param v and this number here. If I go back here, click share and go to embed, you will see they will give us this iframe. And as a source, we are using this similar like here, but with the difference of this part of the path embed, and this is some random number which we are going to embed. And that number is actually this. Let me just go back here. This. So this key over there. Okay. I think I can copy. Well, maybe this. Fine. Title. Yeah, I think this is more than enough. Let me close this. Go back to our page. And here, paste everything. Let me apply prettier. This we don't need. Okay, so now width, I don't want this width. I want it to be 100%. Here, I want, well, we are going to use this component for the main trailer and for the trailers and for other videos which are at the bottom of the main trailer. So we'll need to have these props. First one will be ID, and second one will be, let's say, small. So if we pass prop small, then the height will be, let's say, if small is true, then the height will be 150 pixels, and the default is 500 pixels. Okay, here probably, yep, we are missing props validation, so because we're not using TypeScript, we can, let's say, import prop types from prop types, and down there, video component dot prop types is equal to, so ID, that's a string, and that is required definitely. And below we have small prop types, and this is boolean, so bool. And well, I think this is not required. Yeah, this is okay. This is fine for now. So let's say default value is set to true. Okay, so what is, oh yeah, so this is not pro tool types, but prop types. Yeah. Okay, this is fine for now. Okay, we never used it. So where do we need to pass this ID? Well, over there, after this. So ID, and these are backticks. So we need to pass them into an object. Perfect. Nice. I think this is our basic component. Maybe we can add here allow full screen prop so we can enlarge our videos. Yeah, title is okay for now. You can update. You can pass the title of the video here, so that's fine. Okay, let's go back to our details page. And here we can import our video component. That's the one. So as ID, we want to pass item dot so. Now this, no ID, but this key. So item dot key. Okay. Oh, so this is not, oh yeah, my bad. This is not item. Yeah, we are out of this. This is video. So this one. This main one. Okay. And now for these ones, we want to go down there. And let's say we want to put everything into flex, some margin top, and some margin bottom, as usual. Also, I want to add this overflow X to be scroll. So we want to scroll it horizontally. And let's add some gap. 5. Okay, perfect. Now let's go through our videos. So if we have videos, yep, map through them. Okay. Now let's return a box. We need to add a key. And that's equal to item dot. Yeah, we can use ID here. But inside our box, we want to add a video component. And we need to pass, yeah, ID is in this case item dot key. And if I save, let's go back down there. Yeah, you'll see this. It wants to add a small set to true. Okay. And what can I do? Okay, let's add here text. Font size, small. Font weight, bold. And margin top, let's say 2. Inside we want to render item.name. Okay, this is much better, but I don't want this. I want only to have 2 lines and that's it. Luckily, that's really easy with Chakra. Text can receive number of lines prop, and if we say 2, every text will be just on 2 lines, and Chakra will add these 3 dots for us. So yeah, this is perfect. Now let's see what's going on with this video. Let's go back here. Let's go back to our video component. So I think this is okay. What's wrong with this video? Let me go over here. Yeah, this is not all right. Oh, this is because of this. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, we don't need this value, so this is okay. So now we have this main video here. As you can see, we have this scroll. We have also this. Yeah, I think this is fine. We go back, let's say here. I don't like this because these small videos are not the same. Okay, let's go back to our code over there and let's say add the min width here. Let's say 200 pixels or maybe 290. Yeah, much better. Okay, I think this is all right. If I go back here to this movie, yeah, this is perfect. These errors over here are YouTube errors because of the embedding, so no worry for this. I think we forgot something. Let me just go back here. Yeah, I think we can add here runtime. So let's do that real quick. Go back here. Let's say here and check for the, yeah, I think we need to check for the type here. Let me just show you this. So if I go back here, we need to find the console log from the details. Let's do that again. So no videos. Let me just console log this. Okay, save. Okay, now here we are going to need to use this runtime, and this is in minutes. Yep. But if I go back to some TV show, this one, you will notice that we don't have this here. And that's obvious because we want to know how long is the movie, but we cannot measure TV series. I mean, we can, but we need to go to measure each TV episode. So in this case, if I go back to my code, I want to remove this and go back down there. Here. Okay, and let's check if the type is equal to movie. And if this is true, here, fragment, and I want to render a box. So like a star, like a separator, and then I want to render this flex item. As usual, on align items center. And inside of it, let's add time icon. ChakraUI icons. Of course, small margin right. And I can gray out it a bit. Okay. And on the other side, we need to add a text component with a font size of small. And this will be details.runtime. So let's go back. So this is a TV show. We don't have anything here, but if we go here, we are going to see this. Okay. One thing left. Yeah, I think we can copy this and put it inside of this flex. Yeah. Yeah, this is perfect. Okay, but now I don't want to show these minutes. I want to convert these minutes to hours. Okay, and how can I do that? Well, easy. We'll go to our helpers function. And let's go here. This will be an export function. Let's say minutes to hours. Okay, so we'll receive a minutes as an argument. And now we need to calculate hours and minutes. So this is basic JS. So hours is equal to, we'll need to use a math object, floor it, and every hour has 60 minutes. So this, and for minutes, let's say mins equals to 60. Yep, this is okay. And now we need to return a string basically. So let's say hours, this is hour sign, and this are mins with m at the end. Let's go back to our details page, and over here, I'll just cut this out, call our function. Yep, that's the one from utils and helpers, and paste this. Okay, Let's see now. Perfect. 3 hours and 1 minute. I think this is fine. Let's check another one. 2 hours and 4 minutes. Perfect. Great. I think we are now good to go and we can start building movies and TV shows pages. Alright friends, I'm now here at TMDB. First, let's go back here and find this Discover movie and click here. Okay, so here we have this API route. For the movie is Discover Movie and for the TV show is Discover TV. For both of them, as you can see, we are free to use more than 30 filters or sort options. For now, we are going with this plain URL, with this plain API route, but later we can add, as you can see here, sort by or page. Okay, let's move on to our code here. We don't need this. We don't need this. Also this for now, this. And yeah, this is fine. Okay, let's go down there and let's say discover. And first we want to fetch movies. So fetch movies. And that's equal to async for now without arguments. Similar approach is this. So await axios.get, and inside we want to add a base URL slash discover movie. So discover slash movie. And of course, at the end, we want to append this API key. Now let's return this response dot data. Okay, let's go back to our movies, and of course, as usual, let's import use effect. And now let's create one. And we are going to need a use state. So let's import this. And let's create our first use state called movies. This is set movies. And the initial value, of course, an empty array. Besides this, we are going to need a variable. We are going to need a state for loading. So is loading and set is loading. And that's equal to use state and default value. Yeah, true. Okay. I think this is good for now. And in this use effect, first thing we want to set is loading to true when you load the page, and then we want to fetch our data. So this we can call our function fetch movies from services/API. Then if we have a response, we can set it to our movies. So res, and this should be results, I think. Let me just console log it first. Okay, in case of an error, we need to catch it and lock it. And the last step, of course, finally, just to set is loading to false. Perfect. Okay, let's now go to our page, movies. Okay, so this is our response. Perfect. Now we need everything here, but for now we are going to use only these results, array of results. So go back to our code and set movies to res.results. Okay, perfect. Now we can go down there below our heading, and actually we can go back to our home and just copy this whole grid and paste it over there. So I need first to import this. This is not data, but movies now. So movies, if we have movies, map through them and render them. This is not loading, but is loading now. We need to import this skeleton. We need to import our card component. And now, the thing I mentioned earlier, this type here. Now we will see we don't have access to this prop media type from this response. So here we know we are on the movies, so we can just pass here movie. And that's all as a type. Let me save this, go back, and voila. Easy. Let me just go here, here, and here. And as you can see, we don't have this type here because we know we are fetching movies, right? Makes sense. Let's go back. And now we can create a basic pagination. So let me go here. This will be our pagination down there below the grid. So let me just add a comment. Okay. So for the pagination, we need this active page, and we need to know what are total number of pages. So let me just go back here. We are here in our playground. Let's try it. As you can see, we are on page 1. But now, if I go back here and set this to number 2, and you'll see we have now page 2. So I'm going back here to our API, and I can append different kind of parameters here with ampersand. So this, and I can say let's page is equal to, let's say 1. This is a default value. Okay. Now, if I go and type number 2 and go back, you'll see another set of movies. Okay, so this needs to be a variable. Page and equal to page. So now we need to go back here and define a new use state. So let's say use state snippet active page, set active page. So initial value is number 1. Okay, we can pass this here as an active page, and of course we need to pass it here in our dependency array. Perfect. And now here, when we set our results, we also need to set active page that we got from our backend, or to be more precise, their backend. So this result here. As you can see, it can be 2, 1, whatever. So set active page to res.page. Okay, and now I think we can create a pagination component. So let's go to our components, new file, pagination component .jsx. Okay, and here what we need? Well, first let's import our flags. small gap, and of course align items center. Okay. Inside, let's add another flex with a gap of 2, and this will be a max width of 250 pixels and a bit margin, let's say 10. Okay, now in this flex we want to add a buttons for, we'll create a basic pagination, so only buttons previous and next, and that's all. So button, so 2 buttons, this one will be, let's say prev, and this next. Okay, and we'll have here another flex, and inside this one, let's say gap 1, we'll have a text component, and this will be an active page, and active page we'll get from props. So active page and another text of what? Well, of total number of pages. So let's say total pages. This is a second argument, total pages. Okay, now we need, because we're not using TypeScript again, and my ESLint is telling me to, this is not okay, so I need to import prop types from prop types and add them down below. So pagination component dot prop types is equal to what? We have active page, and that's a number. Yep, and this is definitely required. And we have this same. Okay, I think this is good for now. Let me save it and go back here. Okay, let's import our pagination component, and we need to pass it active page, which is equal to active page and total number of pages. We don't have that. We need to create a new state. So use state, let's say 1. Okay. And now here we need to set total pages to res dot, let's check total pages, this one. Okay, perfect. And now we need to pass this total pages here. So it equals to total pages. Okay, let's go back to our page, and you will see this component here. Now this is not working, obviously, because we need to create this functionality. Okay, let's go back here. And what we need to do, well, let's go back here and here. Okay, so this. So we need to have an on-click handler. And what we need to do with here? Well, we need to somehow change an active page. So we're probably going to need to have a state for this, which we already have, so we can import it here. Yeah, set active page. So let's pass this here. That's equal to this one. Okay. and set active page. If we go back, so we need to have current page, which is active page, -1. Okay. And on next, I will copy this handler, paste it here, and this I will only change to a +1. So whatever is a current page, in this case active page, just add +1. But now we need somehow to disable these buttons. So this one, it needs to be disabled when? Where? Sorry, this prop is disabled. Okay, so when is it disabled? Well, when active page is equal to 1. So we are on the first page and we should not be able to go back to 0, -1, and so on. And the next is disabled when active page is equal to total pages. So that's the last page. Okay, I hope this makes sense. Now let's just do one more thing, this ESLint problem. So this is basically a function, so prop types dot func. Yeah, and this is required also. Okay, I think we're good to go. And now let's test this out. If I click next, you will see new page with all the fancy animation, new page, perfect. This works perfectly. Now we have a lot of pages here. We don't want that, so I'll go back, and now this is disabled. Perfect. Now, one more thing. I want here to have a basic filters. So if you remember, I'll go back here and I will use for the filters this sort by. So we can sort it by popularity or let's say vote average. Okay, let's go back here. Here, we don't need this. Let's go back and yes, I think I can add it here. So first I want to wrap everything with a flex. Okay, cut this and set it as a first child element to our flex. Again, I want to align this to baseline. I want a gap of 4 and margin set to 10. Okay, and the second one, here I want to add some sort of a drop down, so I can use a select component from ChakraUI. Let's say width 130 pixels. Inside of it, we can put options. So option, for now no value. Let's say this will be a popular. So popular movies. If I go back here, I think, yeah, this is one. This is the one, popularity. And the second one will be, let's say, top rated. Now, we need to pass another argument to our function. Let's say I want this. But if I go here and select, for example, vote average and try this out, I will have new movies here. So we need to do something like this. So for the popular, I think this is default value. Let me just reload the page. Yeah, so this, I need to copy this. Popularity.desc. Okay, so for the value. Okay, and for the top rated, I want this, vote average, copy, paste it here, but also, okay, for now, let's do this. This is fine. And of course, we are going to need in our select to set on change handler. This is an event, so we need to now, let me just show you this a quick console log e.target.value. In case any of you don't know this, so I go here, and let's say I click here, I'll get this from value. Okay, so now we need to have a new state here. Use state snippet. So this will be sort by. Okay, and the default value will be this one. Okay, let's paste it here. And now when we switch this, we don't want to console log it here, but to set sort by to this value. Okay, now we need to pass this value to our function, to our fetch function, sort by, and of course, update our dependency array. Okay, let's save this and go back to our APIs and pass this as an argument. So sort by. Okay. This is, let me just go back real quickly here. So yeah, sort by. So ampersand sort by. Okay, that is equal to our variable sort by. I think we are good to go now, and we can test this out. Go back here. Let's say popular. That is a default value. Okay. But now if I go here to top rated, you will see we have this strange kind of movies. And why so? Well, because we are using here vote average, and I need to go back here, check this, and first of all add this .desc. So descending, and now also I have some not so popular movies, so we want to add another parameter here, ampersand, and I need to add a vote count.gte that is equal to, let's say, 1000. So what does this mean? Well, give me descending vote average, but only if that vote is given by more than 1000 people. Okay, I hope this makes sense. So now let's get back. Let's reload the page, go here, and you will see the list we want. So again, the first is one by popularity, the second one is by vote average, but also including the votes that are given by more than 1000 people. Okay, so I think this is now great. We have working pagination over there with all the top rated movies. But now let's test this out. I'm now with this filter top rated on the 4th page. If I go back here and select popular, I'll go back, but also I will be on the 4th page. And I don't want to do that. So what we can do when we are changing this select, we can also set active page to 1 and save it. Okay, let's now test this out. We are now on the page 4. Let's switch to top rated, and yeah, it is resetted. Okay, let's test this out again. Go here, popular. Yeah, 1st page. Perfect. All right, now I think we are good to go, and we can do the same thing for our TV shows. Let's go here. Let's go to our APIs, and we can copy this and paste it down below. Let's say these are fetch TV series. This will change to TV. And yeah, I think we are good to go with this. Okay, let's go back to our shows. Okay, I think the easiest solution here is to just copy this page, paste it here, and rename it. So this is shows page. We need to return shows. Okay, so these are not movies. So let's do this. Command F on Mac or Control F on Windows machines. And let's replace this with shows. Okay, so this is fine, shows. I'll update this later. Discover. Okay, this is TV shows. Find this. Okay, this will be shows. All right. Now I want to change this. So set shows. This one. Perfect. And I don't want to fetch movies. I want to fetch shows, TV series. Perfect. We don't use this. This is fine. And everything else should be, I think, the same. Let's check this out. So TV shows. We are all already on TV shows. Pagination. It is working. Let's switch to top rated. Yeah, this is perfect. Next. Perfect. Let's check this. Oh, but this is not okay. So what's the issue here? Let's find out. If we go back here, you will see in shows, we copied this type to movie. So this is not okay. We want to pass TV. So currently when we selected, I think it was Last of Us. Where is that? Here maybe? Yeah. So we added, basically link was movie and then ID of the TV show. So we don't want that. If I now click here, I think we are good to go. Yeah, this is perfect. Yeah, I think we can address these images. Let me just go back here to our details page and the cast that's over there. This one. Okay, let's add here for this image. Let's say width should be 100%. So this is fine, but height I want to be, let's say, 225 pixels. Okay, and let's, just to be sure, add object fit, cover, save, and also we can add, well, border radius maybe. Okay. Yeah, now it's good. Okay, let's go back. So we have our movies. If I click here, we'll get the movie data. If we go to TV shows, let's say top rated, Breaking Bad. Yeah, this is perfect. Great. I think we are good to go here. And now we can go and create our search page. All right, now let's go back to our TMDB and here, let's scroll down there a bit and search for this one. Yeah, so search. As you can see, we have here multiple choices. We can search for the person, TV show, for a movie, and so on. But what we want to do here is to be able to search in the same input for the movies, TVs, and whatever. So I'll go here with multi-option, and as you can see, this is route that we need to hit. Of course, let me just first test this out. As you can see, we have this query param, which is required, and this is basically a search value. So let's say Godfather and go here. As you can see, we have these results with all the movies that have Godfather keyword. Okay, but of course, there will be probably more than 20 results, so we can add a pagination also here. Let's go back to our code, to our API, and create a new route. This is search. Let's do something like, let's say, search data. This is an async function, which will receive, for now, query. So query param. And of course, here we'll store in this variable our response. So await axios.get. Here, as before, first base URL, then search. Let me just go back here quickly. Search and multi. Now we need to append our API key as we did it over there. And of course, any other params, just use ampersand. So query is equal to query. Okay, this is fine for now, but as you can see, we can add here page also. So let me just do that real quick. Page, and I can just copy this and paste it over there. Okay. Now we need only to return this response, specifically date. All right, let's go back now to our search page. So over here. Yep. Okay, now before creating UI and functionality, let me just go back to our home page, and I want to copy this. So this is a flex with a heading in it, just for the sake of the consistency. Let's go back here and paste it over there. So first let's import this flex and close it down. And here, search. Now, next step is to create a form. It will be a basic one, so we'll allow this. We'll go with the form. We don't need action. We'll have this submit event. So let's say on submit, handle search. Okay. And now inside, let's import an input from ChakraUI. It will have a placeholder. Let's say search movies, comma, TV shows, and so on. Of course, we'll need to have a value over there. So that means we need to import useState. And of course, here, this will be, let's say, search value. Empty string, and here we'll add it. Oops, sorry, this is search value. Yep, so we need to paste it here. Okay, and on change, of course, callback function, which will set search value to it.target.value. Okay, and now let's create over there handle search function. So handle search. It will receive event as a parameter because this is a form event. And the first thing we need to do is to prevent default. And of course we can here for now just console log search value. Let's see what we got here. open up a console, clear it, and let's say attack on Titan. Perfect, this is working well. Now, one more thing. This is a bit of a dark, this placeholder. So let me just fix that by adding a prop from ChakraUI. Placeholder. And let's say color gray for, let's go with 100. Okay, now this looks good. Okay, so now what is the approach here? Well, let's go with, I can remove this and import our function from API, which is called search data. So search data, it needs to receive search value as a first argument, and as a second one, page. So this will be for now hard-coded value 1, or we can immediately create here a new state. Let's say active page and set active page. And of course, initial value is 1, so we can pass it over there. Okay, this is a promise, so then we need to resolve it. Let's say console log first distress, and here we can catch error if we have it. So log it, and of course finally here we want to set is loading to false. But first we need to create this variable. So let's say use state is loading. Let's say initial value is false. So before calling this function, we need to set this set is loading to true. And we'll add down there a loading indicator. Okay, I think this is good for now. And while we're here, we can create a new use state that will be data. And that will be, well, not object, but empty string, empty array. And of course, we can set this data to be res.results from our response. Okay, let's save this and let's search for attack. Okay, perfect. So now we have in our results array of 20 objects that have inside of it a keyword called a keyword attack. Okay, yeah, we can store this value also to our active page. So let's go back and say set active page to res.page. Now let's create a loading state. So below this form, let's say if it is loading, so if this is true, then let's add a flex item. Of course, justify content sender and a bit of a margin top. And inside of it, spinner. So let's say size, XL, color, red. Okay, I think this is good. Now we need to handle first if we don't have data. So if data.length is equal to 0 and is loading is false. So we finished with our API call, but we don't have results. Let's say heading. This will be a line on the center. It will be rendered as H3 element. Font size, let's say small, and some margin at the top. no results found. Okay, and for the final thing, I'll go just here to our home page, and I think we can copy this because basically it's the same thing. Let's paste it over there. So I want to import this. Yep. Data, this is fine. This is loading. I want to import card component, and we can import this skeleton. Maybe we don't need it, but let's see. And now just I want to extend this a bit. So let's say data.length is greater than 0, and then it is not loading. So let's test this out. Okay, we have this spinner, so this is perfect. Okay, I think we are good to go now, but one more thing left is pagination component. So I can go down there and import it from over here. And I'll go back again to our home page. Not home page, but movies. Go down there and just copy everything and paste it over here. So what do we need here? We need the total pages. So let's create that state. Let's say it here. This is one. This is okay for now. And of course we need to set it over there. So set total pages to res.total pages, I think. We just go back here. Yeah, total pages. Okay. Let's test this out. And now you'll see we have this problem. If I click here, nothing happens. As you can see, we are getting second page, but nothing happens. And why? Well, if I go back to our code and to our movies, we'll see a difference here. In this case, we had the use effect and we call this function inside of it. Whenever we change active page, we can run again this function. In our search page, we have different logic. So basically, what can we do here is to update this pagination component. So on the next, we can call again this function. So this handles search, the next, so on and so on. But this is not so practical. So what I want to do is create a better approach. And we'll go over there and import use effect. Okay. Now let's create use effect function. Want to clear this, and of course, cut everything from here and paste it over there. Now, in our dependency array, we want to append this search value and, of course, active page. Perfect. And now, if I go back here, you'll see, let's say, Godfather. So you can see we have a new problem here. And why is that? Well, because in our use effect, we are tracking this search value and we are sending it to our function. And over there, we are updating this value on every input type. So what we can do is create another variable that will be, let's say, use state snippet temp search value. And this will be also an empty string. And down there, we want this to be temp search value and this to be set temp search value. So when we are now done with typing, and when we press enter, so when we are submitting our form, only what we want to do is here to set search value to be this temp value. So this. And we are now good to go. Let's test this out. Let's say Godfather. Enter. Perfect. Let's go back here. Click this. This looks really great now. Perfect. Okay. What I don't like it here, when we are hovering, we are over this input field. So what I can do is go down there and let's say empty 10. Or maybe 6. Yeah, this is good now. Let's test it again. Perfect. Perfect. Let's click here. Nice. Okay. I think we are now done. But one more thing. This pagination here, I don't want to be visible when we don't have anything in search. So let's go back, and this is an easy fix. I can cut this, and let's say if we have data, so if the data.length is greater than 0 and is loading is false. So we are finished. We are done with loading. Then we can return our pagination. So let's go back. And now we don't have pagination here. If I search for, let's say, wild. Yeah, perfect. Now let's remove this. Great. Now I think we are finally done, and we can go to Firebase and add authorization with database. All right, friends, we are here now at the Firebase website. So first, let's go to the console. And now, if you don't have a Firebase account, you'll get this kind of screen. We need to create our first project and enter our project name. So let's say this is a movie app. Okay, I accept terms and accept this. Let's continue. For this project, we won't be using Google Analytics, so I can disable it and create a new one. Now we need to wait a couple of seconds. Okay, our project is ready. So let's continue. Perfect. So now let's go here to build. And first we are going to need to add authentication. After that, we are going to go with this Firestore database. But first, let's go here. Click here and get started. Okay, now for our project, we are going to use only Google as a provider, but of course you can create a separate page for login, for registering with email and password. It's up to you. Okay, I'm going to click here and this to enable it. Here you need to add your email and of course save it. Okay, we are now ready. And if we go here to users, all our users will end up here. Okay, let's now connect our Firebase with our application. So let's go here to project overview. And here we need to select what kind of app we are building. So we are building a web app. So I'm going to click here and let's say movie app again. Let's say web. In case you want to build a mobile application, or I can do a tutorial about that using React Native. So let me know in the comments down below if you're interested in some React Native tutorials. Okay, we don't need Firebase hosting, so let's register app. Okay, perfect. So here are our next steps. So we need to install Firebase and we need to initialize our app using this date. So first let me copy this, open our VS Code and go to our source where we can create a new folder called services. Oh, you already have it. Perfect. So let's go here and in there I'm going to create a file called firebase.js. And here we can paste this data, this one. So this is basically a Firebase app initialization. Now what we need to do is install Firebase. So I'm going to click here. I'm going to shut down this terminal and install Firebase. Perfect. Now we can read that here we can add all the Firebase products that we want to use. So in our case, first one will be, let me import it, called get auth from firebase.auth. All right, and the second one will be for later, get firestore from firebase/firestore. Okay, that's great. And now I'm going to export auth from here. So let's say auth is equal to get auth, and we're going to pass our app initialization. And I'm going to do the same thing for our database. So let's say const db is equal to get firestore, and we're going to pass our app. So from now on, whenever we want to use our auth or db, we are going to export it from this file and use all the Firebase methods from these variables. So from auth, let's say for signing in with Google, and for db for manipulating our database. And now last step. These are secrets, so we should not push this to our GitHub. So what I'm going to do is go to our env file and create some env variables. So first one is Vite, and this one will be Firebase API key. Okay, I'm going to cut this and paste it over there. Now I'll go back here to Firebase and connect it with my env. So we can do port.meta.env. and the name of the variable. So important thing here, this variable should start with Vite, uppercase. And this, let's paste it, and that's all. So now you can pause the video. I'll do the same, and I will do all these steps for this, and I'll get back to you. All right, all done. So why do we need authorization? Well, we don't want everyone to be able to add it to Watchlist. We only want users who are authenticated to be able to add it to Watchlist. And then we are going to use that specific user ID to store for each user separate watchlist in our database. The plan here is to add in a navbar some sort of an avatar. So if there is a user, we'll display here some fancy avatar with the name. And when we click, we're going to have option to log out and to access a watchlist. And if we are not authorized, we'll render some basic avatar. Okay, so we are going to need to have access to our user in navbar. We are going to have access to our user over there, so we can display if it is added to watchlist or it is not. And we're also going to have to add a watchlist page, which will be some sort of the protected page. And in that case, we also need access to our user. So the best approach here is to create a context. So context is a way to have access to certain variables through our whole application. Let's do that. So go here and create a new folder called context. Okay, first I'm going to create a new file called auth provider.jsx. And now let's import some things. First, we are going to import the create context. We are going to need a use effect, and we are going to need the use state from React. Then we are going to import our auth, so this one from Firebase, so we can access Firebase auth functions. So services, right? And Firebase. Okay, and of course, we're going to need some functions from Firebase Auth. But first, let's create auth provider. So export const auth provider. So this is a function that will receive a children prop. Okay. And above it, I need to create auth context. So auth context is equal to create context. Okay, perfect. So now in our provider, we are going to need to have a user. So let's store it in a state, user, and initial value will be null. Okay. And we can add a global loading state here. So this is basically we're going to track all Firebase auth functions here. So set is loading to use state and initial value will be true. Okay, now let's create a use effect here. Now we need to use a function from Firebase called onAuthStateChange. So I'm going to import it. Yes, that's the one. We're going to import it from the Firebase. So this function will receive auth, so initialization from Firebase, and second one, let's say current user. Now, if we have current user, we are going to set it. We are going to set it here. So we have user. Else, user is logged out, and set it to null. Of course, when everything is done, we're going to set is loading to false. Okay, so let me explain this. This is basically some sort of a listener. So we are constantly listening to Firebase changes, specifically user changes. So for example, if we log out of our application, we want to know everywhere through our whole application if user is logged out. And vice versa, when we log in, we want to have access to that user through our whole application. So that's why we are setting this basically a listener to use effect. And we are going to export it from this auth provider. That is first step. Now we can also create here a function for logging in our case with Google. So I can do that here, or I can do it in our Navbar. In our specific application, we are going to have login functionality in our Navbar only. But imagine if you are expanding this application and you want to be able to log in from the Navbar, you want to be able to call that function, let's say from details page and so on and so on. The best approach here is of course to set this function here in our general auth provider, in our context. So let's create function. Let's say sign in with Google. Okay, and this function, we need to store in our provider, let's say, new Google Auth provider. So this is a provider from, as you can see, Firebase authorization. So this is a Firebase function basically. And now we need to return here new function from Firebase. So sign in with pop-up. Perfect. And this function should receive this provider. And that's all. We created sign in with Google functionality in 2 lines of code. Okay, perfect. Next function is function for logging out. So let's say log out, and this is very simple. We only need to return sign out function also from Firebase. Here we need to pass this auth object. And that's all. Perfect. Now you can also add function for logging in with email and password. That's sign in with email and password. You can check the docs. It's very simple if you want to edit, so feel free to do that. For now, I'm going to only stick with this sign in with Google functionality. Okay, now we can go back down there and actually return our context. So auth context, this is the one, dot provider. Okay, and inside we are going to return children, since this context will be wrapped around our application. Okay, this is good. And now here in value, we pass everything that we want to return from context. So I want to return user, loading, and these functions. So let's say user is loading, also sign in with Google functionality, and logout function. And now last thing, we are missing a prop validations, and I want to fix this because this is, I would say, one of the important functions here in our project. So let's go here and import prop types from prop types. All right, go down there and say auth provider dot prop types is equal to what? Well, children. We have only children here as a prop, so prop types, this is a type of node, basically a whole application, and of course it is required. And last step here is to basically create use auth hook. So let's say use auth, and that's equal to use context. And here we only need to pass our auth context, so this one, and that's all. And this is fine, this will work, but my ESLint is giving me here a warning that says if we want to use this new file to share constants or function between components, we need to export this to a separate file. So I'm going to create here, I use auth hook, so use auth.js, and I only want to cut this and paste it over there. Now let's import this use context from React, and of course our auth context from our auth provider. So this one. Let me just save this, go back here and remove this use context. Okay, I think we are good to go now. Let's go back now to our main.jsx, and here around our routes, around route provider, we want to import auth provider. Okay, and now only wrap this. So I think this is good. Let me just check it. Yep, context auth provider, and we are all set now. Let's go back to our components, to our navbar, and let's import something from this auth provider. I'll go here and import use auth from context use auth. Yep, that's the one. And here I want to be able to access some things from our use auth. So use auth hook, yes. So I want to have access to a user. I want to have access to a function. Let me just go back here. So this is the function. And of course, logout. Okay. Now let's go down there. And here I want to do something like this. So if we have user in our Firebase, so if we are logged in, then let's render a menu component from Chakra. Inside we have a menu button. And inside I want to have an avatar. That's a component from ChakraUI with a background of red 500 and the color of white. Size small. Okay. And if I say name, whatever I type here, it will return a first name. So let's say code and save for now. Okay, so this is it. If we have user, so below menu button, I want to create a menu list. And inside of it, I want to have a link. Yep, to. This will be for now this one, but later on I will add, here we'll add watch list. So let's say watch list, but this watch list should be in menu item. Okay, and below this we have another menu item, and this will be log out. And when we click on this, we want to call the function log out. So this is function from our use out. Okay, I think this is good. And over there, if we don't have user, so this is our current state. Let me just go here and add avatar again, but this time without this name. So size small. I want some background to have some different background. So let's say gray 800. This will be a button, of course. And on click, here I want to log in user. So we don't have user logged in. So I want to have this handler for logging in. So let's say handle Google login, something like that. Now let's go back and create this handler for logging in with Google. So let's say const handle Google login. So this is an async function, and we'll put it in try catch block. So first we want to await our sign in with Google function. So this one from our use auth hook. And since we are using await, if this is fine, if we have a response from this, we are going to render here some sort of a toast. Let's say success. If we have an error, we of course want to also log this error. I will add some toast here, but for now this is fine, I think. Okay. Now let's test this out. Oh, let me just run our application. Okay, so here we don't have users. So when I click here, a Google sign-in should pop up. Let me open up a console. So we have an error here. Cannot read properties of undefined. So let me get back to our code. Let's check our use auth provider function, our Google provider. Yep, so of course we have this error here. We are passing a provider, but before this we need to pass our auth provider here. Our auth object from Firebase authorization. So auth where we are initializing our Firebase application. That's the first step. We forgot to do that. Let's go back. And now let's click here. And voila, of course. Here is our Google pop-up. Let's use this account. And perfect. Now, as you can see, we have this avatar with my first. Let me just go back here. With with the name code, so first letter is C. If I go here with something like awesome, I'll go back here, you will see A. So what can I do here? I can remove this and say something like user.email. Okay, let me just go back real quick here and let me console log this user. So your current user. Okay, now here is our user. Here we have all different informations, so you can access display name throughout this Google account. You can display email from this user, you can check if email is verified, and so on and so on. Email is verified by default if we are using Google provider, but if we are using email and password, by default email will not be verified, so you need to address that issue also. Okay, let's clear this and go back to our code and remove this console. Okay, this is good. Now, one thing I noticed, I don't want here to be search, I want to add some sort of an icon. So let's remove this and use search icon from ChakraUI icons. Save, perfect. Let me just address a font size here. Let's say Excel, and this looks good. Great. Okay, now let's go here and we can log out and we can access our watch list. For now, we don't have this watch list, so I want to log out. And as you can see, we don't have user and we are rendering this basic avatar here. Now we can go and create our watch list page. Let's go back to our code and pages, create a new file called watchlist.jsx. All right. Now let's create a basic component. And that's okay for now. Next step, we go to main and over there, path will be watch list and element will be our watch list page. Okay, this is fine. Let's go back to our Navbar and check if this is right now. Okay, watch list. Let's test this. So I'm now logged out. I first need to log in order to see a watch list page. Okay, let's go here and here we are. But now we maybe have a problem here. If I log out of this page and I go here and type watch list, I'm able to access it. So this is not good. We need to have some sort of the protection here, and that is called the protected route. So let's go back. Let's go back to our code and see what we can do. Initial approach could be in this page, we can import our use auth hook and check if we have user. If we have user, we can render the page. If we don't have user, so if user is equal to null over there, we can reroute our user to, let's say, main page. And this is fine, but let's say we need to have a couple of protected pages. So the best approach here is to create a separate component called protected route. So let's go here into our components, create new folder called routes, and inside new file called protected.jsx. Okay, let's create a component. We can remove this, and inside, first thing we want here to import our use auth hook. So use auth. Yep, that's the one. And of course, here we can destructure from it our user for now. Okay, and then here we can say something like this. Let me just do this. Okay, so if we have user, we can render children. And we'll have children from here. Prop. Okay. Else, if we don't have it, we want to navigate to homepage, let's say. Or for now, we can just write something, let's say, no access. Okay, let me just fix the spelling here, and that's all. Okay, now we need to add here prop types, so let me just do that quickly. And over there, let's say protected dot prop types is equal to children, and that's prop type dot node. Prop types dot node, and is required. Okay, perfect. And now we need to go to our main and wrap this component with our protected route, protected component. So let's do that real quickly. I'll cut this and import protected. And inside of it, I want to pass our watch list. So let's go back here. And now we are logged out. So user is null. And if I go here, I should see this no access. So you can here, for example, add some text with some message, but I want to move our user to homepage. So redirection. Let's go back here to protected, and we can remove this, and we can use a React router here, specifically a component called navigate. Yeah, that's the one. So this component helps us navigate user easily through our app. So let's say to, and of course, homepage. All right, let me test this out. So if I go here, watch list, I don't have access to this page. Now, let's go here. I'm logged in. Great. Let's go here, and we have access to this watch list. But now, if I reload the page, we will see I'm again at my home page. And why is that? Well, because when we are reloading the page, we lost track of our user. So we don't know if we are logged in or not in seconds. So what we can do, we can go back here to our protected and import here loading from auth provider. So this thing. So we can go here and import, is loading. Okay, now all I need to do is if is loading, then return null. So basically we are waiting, and when it's not loading, we'll do this calculation here. So let's go back and test this out. Reload. Perfect. Great. I think we are now set up, and we can go and start creating our database. All right, friends. Now we are here at our Firebase project. As you can see, we've added authentication to our project, and you can see your user here. This ID will become important a bit later. All right, let's go back, and now we need to create our database. How to do that? Well, just click here on build and click Firestore. All right, now we can create our database. This is default option, and here for location you need to use the region that you are in, or the closest one. In my case, I'm going to go with Europe and click next. Yep, we can start in production mode, and I will show you at the end of this video how to set up security roles. So let's go here and wait a second. All right, the database is created. Now, before everything, we need to go here to roles And as you can see, this is set to false. So allow, read, write if false. So this means that we cannot read or write to our database. And this is because this database is set to production mode. For now, but just for now, we are going to set this to true and publish changes. And this means that everyone can read and write to our database. And this is okay for now while we are developing. But later on, we are going to set a more precise security rules so every user can only access their own data. Okay, now let's get back here. How we can design this database? Let me just open up this board that I designed for you. And let's go quickly through Firebase schema. So this Firebase database called Firestore consists of collection. This is the main building block in this database. So let's say we have users collection. Every collection consists of documents. So let's say this document is user with ID 1. And then every document can have multiple fields. For example, ID, first name, last name, address, and so on and so on. But also every document can have another collection. Let's say collection of cars. So then that collection will have inside new document called, let's say ID1, car1, and that document can have new fields like color, engine, and so on and so on. So following this example, this is how our database will look like. We are going to have users collection, which will consist of documents. And these documents will be user IDs, unique user IDs. Then every user ID will have new collection that will be a watch list. And inside of that watch list, we're going to store our movie or TV shows IDs. So this will be another document. And then in that document, we can store ID or movie or TV show title, movie or TV type, and so on and so on. If you're wondering how we can know this user ID, well, that's pretty simple. We can go here to our authentication, as I mentioned you earlier, and you will see that when we sign up with new user, we get this unique ID. So we are going to use that ID to store it in our database over here. All right, I hope this makes sense. And now let's start building our database. Let's go back to our Firebase project and let's click here, start collection. Now, this I'm doing just for demonstrational purposes. All these things we are going to do from our code. Okay, let's say this is a user's collection. This document, of course, has to have an ID and we'll auto-generate it for now and create some random field. Let's say movie ID. This will be a type of string and value 1, 2, 3, 4. Never mind. Okay, this is our first step. So we have users collections. This will be our user. And inside of this document, as you can see, we have this field, but we don't need that. What we need is to create here a new collection. And this will be a collection called Watchlist. Next, auto ID, of course. And here we'll have multiple fields. For example, I don't know, title, some movie, but we can have type. So let's say this is a TV show or some movie, let's say movie. And so on and so on. I'll just click here, save, and voila. Here is our basic database. So as you can see, users collection, then we have user ID, this is auto-generated ID. This is not correct, but this is an example. Inside we have watchlist collection for every user with some ID. And then of course, here we will store a movie or TV show that user saved to watchlist. Now, let me go here and delete everything because we don't need this. And now let's go back to our code. We are here at the details page. And what I want to do is go down there to this button, add to watchlist, and create a function for saving the data, for sending it to our Firebase Firestore. So let's say this function will be called handle save to watchlist. I'll go up here and create this function. Of course, this function will be async function. And inside, what I want to do? Well, basically what can I do is take all these details data, so details state, this one, and send it over to Firebase. But do I need all that data? No. So what can I do is parse that data and store it into a new object. Let's say const data, it is equal to. So what we need? We need ID of the movie or TV show. So let's say ID is equal to details.id. We need a title, and that will be details.title or details.name in case of TV show. We are going to need a type, so we already have that. We're going to need a poster path because I want to show all the data later on our watchlist page. So this will be details.poster path. We're going to need a release date, and that will be details.release date. We're going to need a vote average, same vote average, and we're going to need overview, so details.overview. All right, now when I press save, I will just console log this data. Okay, let me test this out. No, we don't need this anymore. So let's go here, and let's click here. Let me open up a console. All right, press here. Let me go back. Oh, we can do it like this. So let's go back, clear everything, and okay. This is the data that we need. And this data will be stored to our Firebase database over here. But what happens if we are logged out? Let me just press it here. As you can see, we can store it again. Oh, but this is undefined. Oh, well, we'll fix this. But this is undefined. Well, that's for sure because we need to go here. And the release date can be also, as you can see, first air date. So let's say details.first air date. Save. Okay, click here, and everything is working. But what is the issue here? Our user is logged out, so we don't know where we need to store this data. And the user should not be able to store this data if it is not logged in. In order to prevent that, what we can do here is check if we have user. So if we don't have user, we need to, let's say, just inform it to go to login. Yeah. And I'll go back here. We can extract our user from use auth hook, of course. And now, if we don't have user, if it is null, we can display some notification. Of course, we can use notifications from ChakraUI. They have use toast hook. So we can go down there and say const toast, it is equal to use toast. Okay, so this toast now, this is a ChakraUI thing. This is an object. It receives a title, so title of notification. Let's say login to add to watchlist. Then we can add status here. So this is an error, obviously. And I want to add additional prop is closable to be set to true. All right, now let's test this out. Let me clear this console. If I click here, we need to log in to watchlist. Perfect. Yeah, but this is logged. One more thing. If we don't have user, of course, we need to just return. Now, let me do this again. As you can see, we don't have log here, and we have this notification, log in to add to watch list. Perfect. Now, let's create a function. Let me just go here, and let's say Firebase docs, okay, build and Firestore, add and manage data. All right. As you can see here, you have instructions how to set up these functions. But if I go down there, you will see they have, this is add to document. They have two ways to add new document to Firebase. First one is set doc, and second one is this one, add doc method. So what's the difference? Well, main difference, if you use this add doc, it will generate an automatic ID, similar like we did here when we were trying out this database. Okay, let me show you that quickly. If we go here, I will first create this function. Now, of course, I can create this function here in this page, but you know me, I don't want to do that. I want to do the things in the right way as they are done in production ready applications. I'm going to click here and create a new file called firestore.js. This will be basically a custom hook, and here we will create all the functions from Firebase and use it as a hook. So this is my way of doing things, but you can also create a new folder called hooks and create custom hooks over there. First thing, we need to import our DB not from Firebase, but from our services Firebase. So this DB. Let me just remove this. And let's say this is services Firebase. Perfect. Now let's import functions from Firebase. Firebase/Firestore. All right, first function is add doc. Now let's create this hook. Const use Firestore. All right, let's go back here. And as you can see, this is the thing. This is the way how to use this. Let me just copy this and we can paste it over there. So we don't want this. We already have it over there. So what I can do is just import this collection from Firebase and I can remove this. Now I'm going to cut everything and create a function called add document. All right, this will be an async function and we'll just paste this from Firebase. So what are we doing here? Well, first we're referencing this collection and then we are sending this object to our database. We are storing it. In this case, this is some collection called cities and this is some random object. course, in our case, we want here to send some sort of data, and specifically this one. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to pass that data over there and then send it over here. Okay. In this case, this data will be sent to this collection. We don't want cities, we want, let's say, Watchlist. So this function will store this data to Watchlist. Furthermore, we can improve this function by passing here argument called collection, because in the real case scenario, you will have this as a main function, and then you will reuse it throughout your whole application. So let's say we want to create Watchlist, in other case we want to create users, and so on and so on and so on. So numerous collections. So in this case, I will here pass collection, maybe collection name, just to be more clear. All right, now I want to return here add document. And this is our first function from this custom hook. All right, now let's go back to our details page. And here I will comment this out and call our function. Add document, but first we need to import it. So let's say here, const and use Firestore, our custom hook. For now, we only have add document, and we'll go down there and call it. All we need to do here is pass as a first argument collection name. So let's say Watchlist, and our data as a second argument. Now let's go back here, and of course we need first to sign in, to log in. All right, and now let's say add to watchlist. All right, here is our console log. So if I go back here and reload the page, yep, we are going to see this. Now, this is fine, but in our case, we don't need this because this method is creating this automatic ID here. So Firebase is generating that for us. We don't want that. As we can see here, we want this document to have name of this user ID, and then a new collection, and then inside that collection another custom ID, which will be basically an ID of our movie. All right, let's go back here. So what I can do, if we go back, you'll see this method over there. And what are we doing here? Like earlier, we are referencing our database, then our collection, and then we are specifying an ID for our data. So as you can see, we need to specify that. We don't want that ID to be auto-generated by Firebase. So let me go back here to our Firestore and create new function. This function will be called add to watchlist. This will be an async function, and inside we're going to add try catch block. First, for the catch, we're going to log this error. Let's say error adding document. All right. And inside our try block, we are going to call await set doc function from Firebase. Let me go back here. And as you can see, we are going to need to specify this. So I'm going just to copy everything inside. Okay, I'm going to paste it over there. First, we need to import this doc. It's a function also from Firestore. And now update this data. So this argument here is name of collection. This will be users collection. Then I will remove this for now. And here we need to give basically an ID, and that ID will be some user ID. And that user ID we are going to receive from this function. So let's say user ID. Let me just paste it over there. Now, next argument will be basically this new collection name. So watchlist. Watchlist. And the last argument, as you can see, needs to be this movie or TV show ID. That will be a document name. So we'll receive this from here. Let's say data ID. Data ID. And of course, here we need to receive, as above, the data that we want to store to our database. And that's all, at least for now. For improvement, we can of course import our toast notification from ChakraUI. So let's import use toast. Yep. And let's say const toast, it is equal to use toast. Let me just go back to our details page and copy this. First, I will paste it over there. This is an error, okay. But let's say error. This will have some description. For example, an error occurred. All right. And I'm going also to copy it, paste it over there. Now this will be title with success. And for description, let's say added to watchlist. Of course, this is success. For now, I think we are good to go. And let's return this function so we can use it in our details page. We go back here and import it. Add to watchlist. I will remove this because we don't need it. It was all just for demonstrational purposes. Let me comment this, and I want to first await, and our function is called add to watchlist. Now here we need unique ID for our user, and that is this. Okay, how we can get that? Well, let me just go over there. As you can see, we already have our user. So let me just console log it. All right. This is the one. And if you can see here, we have this UID. So we can access that. We just remove this console. So we can access that with user.uid. So this is our first argument. Now we need to pass data ID, and data ID will be basically data.id. And the last parameter we need to send this function is of course the data we want to store. So that is this object. Data. All right, now we can save it and test this out. This will throw an error, but let me just show you. This, when you see this, it's some sort of the type error, as you can see from string. So, of course, I know this data ID needs to be type of string, but our data ID is type of number. So what can I do is just add here to string, or I like to create a new variable, let's say data ID, that is equal to the details.id, then to string. And that's all. Now I will paste this instead of this, and this should be working now. Let me reload the page. and added to watchlist. Okay, let's check that. Reload. And perfect. Now we have our collection of users. This document is connected with our user. Inside we have collection that is called watchlist, and we've created new document with ID of our movie or TV show in this case, and we are storing our data. Perfect. Let's go back, and I will remove this watchlist collection. We don't need that. Okay, now let's test this. I want to go at some movie, for example. Let's take this one and add it to watchlist. Okay, success. Let's go back. Let's reload the page. Okay, users, our user, watchlist, and now we have new document here. This one, movie Wonk. Perfect. I think this is working great. Now, as you can see, we added this to watchlist, but we still have our button add to watchlist. So we need to remove it, and to add another button, let's say remove this item from watchlist, something like that, because we don't want to store same movies in our watchlist if we already have them. Let me go back here to our code and to our Firebase, to our Firestore. And here, before creating our new document, before setting this document to database, we know we need first to check if we already have the item, the same item with the same ID in our collection. All right, let's go down there and create a new function. This function will be called, let's say, check if in watchlist. So check if in watchlist. This is an async function, of course. And this function will also, as you can guess, will also receive user ID and data ID. So user ID and data ID. Now, first we need to reference document from our database. And how to do that? Well, let's create a new variable called simply docref. Then we need to call doc method from Firebase, this one. And now we are like here, first referencing our database. So db. Second argument is users. So like this. This is collection. Next one is this user ID. User ID. And now, like I mentioned it to you earlier, this should be string. So just in case I want to be sure. So let's say to string. And next one is watchlist. And of course, data ID. Also, just in case, to string. All right. So we are referencing our document. That's first step. Cool. Next one, I'll add another variable called docSnap. It's like snapshot, a term from Firebase. So we're going to await function called getDoc. And this is also a function we imported from Firestore, Firebase. All right. And here we're simply going to pass our docref, so reference to our document into the database. Now, if docSnap, and this has this method called exists, so also Firebase function that checks our database and tells us if we have it or no. So basically it returns true if we have it or false if we don't. So let's say return true, else we don't have it, so you can return us false. And that's all. So now we can use this function here, and let's say if we need, of course, to await our function. This is the one. And we need to pass here our user ID and date ID. So if this is true, we already have our movie or TV show in database. So we need to, I will copy this, paste it here. So we'll display some toast notification, and let's say something like this item is already in your watch list. Besides this, I want to add duration prop, let's say 9 seconds. So after this time, it will automatically close notification. And of course, below this, we only need to return, let's say, false. And that's all. So if we have our item in watch list, we'll render this message. If not, we'll proceed to saving it to our database. Okay, I think this is good for now. So we can go back here. Let's go here. Let's click here. And this item is already in your watch list. Perfect. Now, next step. Since this item is in our watch list, we need to render different button here or different text, whatever you like. So let me do that. Let's go back here to our details page. And first things first, we need to, so basically after adding this item, we need to immediately check again if this item is in our watch list. Of course, since we added it, it will be in our watch list, and we can add some new state that will help us with UI. So let's do that. Let's go back here and create a new state called is in watch list. Of course, set is in watch list. This will be use state, and initially it will be false. All right. So first thing, when we add item to watch list, we are going to call our function, this one. So let's go back and import our function from use Firestore. So, but first we need, of course, to return that function over there. So let me just cut this first and paste it over here. And of course, return it here. Okay. So we can now import our function here and call it down there after this. So this will be await check, and we are going to pass here user.uid. So this, and of course data ID. Okay, since this function will return us true or false, I can store it immediately in a variable. Let's say is set to watch list. Okay, and we can use our new state and pass this response over there. So this will be true or false. Now let's go down there where we created our buttons. So here, and simply we are going to remove this. Okay, and what we want to do is, let's say, is in watch list. So if this is true, then do something, and this is false, do something. That's very simple. So here, if item is in watch list, we need to show this button here. I'll cut it and paste it over there. And else we are going to cut this button and paste it over here. Perfect. Let me just check this. This is fine for now. We don't know if it is currently into our playlist because we only call this function when we save the data. So in order to check it, we need, of course, to call this function when component is mounted. So when we load the page. And how we can do that? Well, very simple. we can create another use effect. So let's go down there and let's say use effect snippet. I'm going to remove this and this. And first I'm going to check if we have user, or let's say if we don't have it. So if we don't have user, we are going to set is in watchlist to false, just in case, and return. All right. And now if we have user, we can call our function. So this is the one, and pass user.uid. And of course, we are going to need to pass this data ID, and this is basically ID. This. All right. You could also do that over there. It's the same thing. Now this is promise, so we can say then data, and of course set is in watchlist this data, since this data is true or false. And now we need to update our dependency array. So this will be ID, this will be user, and I think, yeah, this. All right, let's save this and test this out. As you can see, this is in our watch list. Now let's go back and let's say here, let's click here and add this item. As you can see, everything is running smoothly. And now one last functionality on this page is to create function for removing item from our watch list. So when we are here, when we have this button, we want to remove this console, and we want to create function for deleting our documents from Firebase. So remove this and create new function. Let's say handle remove from watchlist. Now let's go back here and create this function. This will of course be async function. And here we are going to call our function from Firebase, which we are going to create in a second. So let's go back here to Firestore, down below, and let's name this function remove from watchlist. As all the other functions, I can copy this and paste it over there. So as any other functions, it will receive user ID and data ID. So we are going to create a try catch block. This will be console log. So error while deleting. All right. And here we are going to call another function from Firebase called delete doc. So this is the similar like this. So we are going to pass here first doc and reference our database. Another argument is basically users. Then of course this user ID we will also call to string method. Next is I can copy this. Basically the same thing. All right. So basically a path to our document. All right. And now down below, I want to show this toast. So I will copy it from here and paste it over there. So this will be removed from watchlist. Down below, I'm going to copy this toast for error and paste it over there. And I think this is fine. Then last step, we want to return this function. So this is the one. And we can import this function over there. So remove from watchlist, go down there, and we can call this function here. Await remove from watchlist. Of course, we are going to do the same thing. We are passing user ID and ID of our movie or TV show. Okay, so when we click remove, we need to check again if the item is in database or not. So if this is successful, I can just copy basically this 2 lines of code. And this is only ID. All right. So when we remove it, we'll call again our database and check if there's an item in our watch list. If everything is successful, of course, this will turn as false. So we set this state to false, and then this button will disappear and will return old button. So let's test this out. I'm going to save this, and great. If we reload the page, excellent. Let's check our database. Let me first reload the page. Watch list. All right, let's go back. I will remove this. Let's go back, and this is the one. I want to add it. Let's go back to our database. Here it is. Wonka. Marvels. Perfect. This is great. All right. I think we are good to go here, and we can start building our final page, watch list page. All right, friends, we are here at Firebase Docs. As you can see, I'm under section read data and then get data. This is the important part, so we are going to use this function. Let me first quickly go through it. As you can see, this is a similar approach when we are getting one single doc. Just here, in this case, we're going to use this method from Firebase called getDocs. It references our collection, and then we're here going to pass users, then user ID, and then watch list. So this will get us all the elements from the watch list for each user. This is what's commonly called query snapshot, and this will return us an array, and we can loop through this array. I will use similar function. Instead of this for each, I'm going to go with a map because I want to return our documents. Let's go back into our Firestore. Let's go down there and create a new function called getWatchlist. Of course, this is an async function, and it will receive only user ID. I can go here and first copy this, paste it over there, and of course we need to import this getDocs from Firebase. And in our case, we want to reference first users, then this user ID, then watch list. All right, this is good. And we can now go through our documents, but I don't want to use for each. I want to store this in a variable called, let's say, data. So query snapshot dot docs dot map. This is a single doc. And now I want to return. I want only to spread everything. So doc dot data. And that's it. This will give us an object with all the data inside. So basically this, everything. As you can see, this is it. Okay. Let's go back here. And what we need to do is to return our data. And that's all. Now we go down there and return this function. Okay, we are ready. We can now go to our watch list page. First things first, let's import a couple of things. Of course, we need to import use state and use effect. After that, we need to import our use Firestore hook. All right. And we are going to need our use auth. Okay, now let's go here. And first we want this get watchlist from use Firestore. So get watchlist. And down there, we need our user from use auth. All right. We're going to need a use state. So let me just type use state snippet, and this will be watchlist, set watchlist, and initial state will be an empty array. So here we are going to store all of our items. And of course, as usual, use state snippet 4 is loading. And initially this will be true. All right, we can go to, let's say, homepage and copy this. All right, let's import everything from Chakra. Yep. And this one. And this will be watchlist. All right. Now let's create use effect. Remove this. And of course, first need to check if we have user. So user UID. And if we have that, we can call our getWatchlist function where we can pass our user UID. All right, this is a promise, so we can call then method, and we can resolve it and set data to our watch list. All right, if we have an error, let me just console log it. All right. And of course, finally, we can set our loader. So set is loading to false. Now we need to update our dependency array. Of course, this user UID. And this is external function from our custom hook. So we need also to add it to our dependency array. But now here we're going to have a problem. Let me just demonstrate it real quickly to you. So let's here console log our data. All right, let's go back to our page. Here, open up a console, and now let's go to watchlist. This is another error. I did not expect this, so let me just check the prop children. Oh, this must be misspelling. Let me just go back here to our, since this is protected route. Yep. So we are going to go here to protected, and yep, of course. This should not be children, this should be children. So let me fix that. Children. This is why I like using TypeScript. But okay, nonetheless, let's save it. Let's go back here and go back to our page. Now, if you can see, we are getting infinite rendering. So this is not good. Let me just kill the server here. So we are stuck into infinite loop. That is not good. Do not do this. Okay, let's go back. And before running our terminal, let's fix our problem. Why is this? Well, because we added this external function to our dependency array. And whenever this function updates, we are triggering our use effect. And that is happening a lot of times. So this is not a good idea. Let's go back here to Firestore. And this is a React thing. It is a common practice and definitely a right thing to do when adding some sort of function. When adding actually a function to dependency array of use effect, you need to wrap that function into a callback. So let me go here and let's say use callback. So use callback from React, and all I need to do is wrap this into a function. All right, and here second argument is empty array. All right, now we have used callback and we can safely use this function in dependency array. Let me run terminal again. Okay, let's go back here, reload the page, and as you can see, we are now getting the data as we wanted. So we have an array of objects and we are getting all the items from our database. This is perfect. Now we can go and create a UI for this. First things first, let's go down there and check for loading state. So if it is loading, so if this is true, we can do flex justify center margin top 10. All right, and inside we are going to create a spinner. So size XL, and of course our color red. Then down below, another check if it is not loading, and watchlist.length is equal to 0. So our watchlist is empty. Then in that case, we want to again, I'm going to copy this because we are going to need flex this here. We don't need spinner. We can just say some heading, no watch list, or no items in watch list, whatever. Or watch list is empty, yeah. Okay, let's say this will be H2, font size medium, and let's transform it to uppercase as usual. Okay, and the final state here is if it is not loading and we have items in our watch list. So length is greater than 0. So if everything is true, we can render our grid. Let's say template columns to be base 1FR. All right, and inside maybe add some gap 4, and inside we can add our card component, but I want to create new component. So let's say first go with and map through our watch list. So this is some item, and then I want to directly return a new component. So new component will be watch list card. We don't have this component yet, but we're going to create it. And this component, of course, we need to pass key, and this will be item.id. Then we need to pass item, so item is equal to item, and we are going to pass type for linking, so item.type, And of course, set watchlist will be equal to set watchlist. And why so? Well, because in this component, I'm going to add a button for removing item from watchlist. So I think we are going to need this. All right, now let's go and create this component. Let's go to components, new file called watchlist card.jsx. All right. And now here, since we spent a lot of time building this application, I'm going to copy this code and paste it over there and explain it to you. Of course, this will be available at my GitHub, so you can feel free to check it out, copy it, and so on. So let me just first now import this. Watchlist card, yep. Okay, let's see. Great. Let's reload the page and perfect. Let's go back to our code. And this is our component. So this is some basic styling, similar like our card component, just another design. But what is important here is that we are importing this remove from watchlist function from our use Firestore hook. And on click, what we do, we call this function. Then, because this is a callback, if we don't have this, and click here, item is removed, but we did not reload the page. We don't have this function into use effect, so we need to reload the page, and of course the movie will be deleted. But in this case, it is safe to do this because we are sure that we remove this item from Firebase. So this is just basically for our UI, for our front end. All right. Now if I go and click here, this will happen instantly. If I reload, everything is working. Let's test everything again. So let's go here, click here, add to watch list. Let me just kill this. Let's go to TV shows. Let's go to this one, add it to watch list. Let's search. Let's say Attack on Titan. Click here, add to watch list. Perfect. Let's go here, and everything is working. This is great. As you can see, if we go here, these are our items. So let me just click here and test this again. Okay, go to watch list, and that's all. Now, before deployment, I want to fix one more thing. If I go to inspect and select this mobile view, you will see that we have this responsiveness issue. So how to fix that? Well, let's go back to our code and to our Navbar. At the beginning, you remember I added this comment, so this is the desktop version. So on the mobile, I want to hide this. So let's say display for base should be none, and for MD should be flex. So here, this is hidden, and now we show it on the tablets and desktops. All right, let's go back. And now, because of the length of this video, I'm going to copy some code and paste it over there. As I mentioned it to you earlier, this is all available on my GitHub. All right, now let's just import these things. So everything is from Chakra, icons, button, this drawer component. header, and of course drawer body. This is for hamburger menu. And these functions, we can use them from use disclosure hook from ChakraUI. So this is use disclosure, and let me just go back. On open is open and on close. On open is open and on close. Now let me save. And as you can see on mobile, we are displaying this, and above we are hiding it. Let's go back and voila. Here is our hamburger menu. So we can go here, we can go TV shows, watch list, click, and so on and so on. If we go back, we have this regular Navbar. Now, last thing I told you at the beginning of this tutorial, we need to set Firebase roles. And how to do that? Well, simply go here and go to roles. Okay, first thing here, we need to match specific route. So we don't want to every user to be able to access everything, but we want to specify our route. So users, then variable user ID, then watch list, then details ID. Of course, you could use the previous one, but I just want to be precise. Okay, now allow read write if true. We don't want this. We want to specify. So if request dot auth dot id UID. So if user with this UID is requesting what? Well, we're going to use this variable user ID, this one. So basically this means that only user which is authorized with this UID, and this UID is equal to the document. So basically every user can only access their own documents. And that's all. Now let's publish this. And with this we are pretty much set and ready. You can test this out. You can create account with another Google account, you can add the email and password, whatever you like, and test everything. All right, I think we are good to go here. Yep, and we are ready to deploy our application. All right, I'm here at my GitHub, and I'm going to create a new repository called Movie App YouTube, in my case, and just click here. Okay, now let's go back to our code, clear a terminal, and let's say git init. All right, now let's say git add dot, so we can add everything, then git commit final project. Now let's copy this, paste it here. So we've added the origin. We are currently on a master branch. So we can just say git push u origin master. And that's everything. Let's reload the page. And here is our project. Okay, now let's go to Vercel and import our project here. That's fine. Here we need to add our envs. So let's go back here, click here. Let's copy everything and paste it here. Vercel will do their magic. So I think we are set and ready, and just press here, deploy. Now let's wait a few seconds. And voila, our project is deployed. Now let's click here, and there we go. This is our application. Everything runs smoothly. But one more thing, if I click here, you will notice that we have some issue, and that is because we are on authorized domain. So how to fix that? Well, actually that's pretty simple. Just go to our Firebase, then authentication, settings, and over there you will see authorized domains. So here we need to specify which domain will be authorized. So that is basically our application. So you can copy this and paste it over there. We can remove this, since this is a domain, and press add. All right, now let's go back. Let's reload the page. Let's click here. And as you can see, this is our Google sign up, so everything runs smoothly. I'll go here just to check responsiveness. Perfect. This looks great. All right. Thank you for following this tutorial, and see you again in another one.